Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Timeless Gamer Show, where our games and our bodies may grow out of date, but our gaming experiences will forever remain. Hey, Timeless, and the show is now live in Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And for our archive episodes of previously, you can check them out by going to the YouTube channel of the Timeless Gamer Show, or you can also check our website, timelessgamers.com. And you can also listen to us talk if you don't want to watch us. That is fine. You can just go to all of the major audio streaming platforms out there by searching in the Timeless Gamers Show. And we would like to take this opportunity to show our appreciation to the BitMap Books and Streamyard for allowing us to be one of their official affiliates. And shout out to our Retromancy cohorts, Studio.ph, Shuffle Emporium, and uh, Retro Unlimited. And also a shout out to our retro gaming friends coming from the Sega Mega Masters podcast, and also the retro gamers and collectors of the Philippines. So, previously on the Timeless Gamer Show, what was it?
Oh, we talked about run and gun games. We
Run
talked
and
about
gun game.
yes, run and gun games. The
Pew pew
likes of
pew.
which we just keep running
Yeah.
and gunning and shooting everything that moves.
How can I forget about that? Yeah, I remember Sir Virajin really liked our game selections at that
Yeah,
time.
and we found Viraj's excellent persona for the Timeless Gamer Show. The guy who we love to rile and rattle. There you go.
A guy we like to fuck with. With the selections that with the game selections that we're showcasing to this show. But hey, that's the games that we like.
Hey,
All right.
heck, I'm making it my personal mission now to rattle and rile, Viraj with every game selection that I make now.
And speaking of topics that might get might rattle his bones, or might
Mhm.
shake the boat, or might ruffle the feathers.
Mm-mm.
We're doing 16-bit RPGs for tonight, and we've always have this dreading feeling about doing another RPG episode, because every time we do an RPG episode, it always go way too long. And so hopefully we'll be able to compact it as much as possible. All right.
Well, the thing about it is,
So
it's the nature of RPGs. The basic nature of RPGs is that it packs a ton of content in the very
content.
game genre itself. And there's a lot to talk about. Everybody's got a favorite, everybody's got a style. And, we love our RPGs. And that's why it kind of runs long. But the thing about it is, our audience loves it as well. So stick around, pitch in your opinions into the chats, not just in live, but also later on. We'll always do our very best to respond to them. And back to you, Joe.
All right. Thank you for that, Sir Joel.
Mm.
And for this episode, so this episode was requested by us by
Hmm.
one of our dear friends, and we had him on the show before when we did our Chrono Triggered episode. For all of you guys who love Chrono Trigger or don't particularly like Chrono Trigger at all, you can just check out that episode. It was a very fun conversation, a very interesting one. A lot of clashing opinions about the said game, being hailed as the greatest JRPG of all times. So Derek Ponag of Retro Gaming Time, say hello, sir.
Oh, hello. Derek Retro Gaming Times. Happy to be here again, and I was looking forward for Dan to attend actually, but it's fine. I could just fight with Viraj. Or
Yeah, we'll settle for Viraj.
no, no, no.
So
Just
Sir
kidding.
Dan cannot Sir Dan cannot be here. So a little bit of a backstory. So ever since we did the Chrono Trigger episode, Sir Dan has been so interested in Sir Derek's opinion and his RPG gaming sensibilities. And I said to Sir Derek says that he wants to do a 16-bit RPG episode.
Mhm.
What would it take for you to show up? And he's like, no. No, no, because no,
Okay.
that's because Sir Dan is going through
Okay.
something right now. But he did say that he's gonna He's gonna school us with two of his notable RPGs from the 16-bit era that we will see later on.
Hmm.
But for now, we'll just have to settle between a debate between Sir Derek's opinions and against Sir Viraj's opinions because we know we
Hmm.
Sir
Oh,
Viraj.
God.
The battle for tonight, Sir Viraj, you're up.
What have you got me into, guys? You know, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't want to go to war with anyone. You know, I just want to talk. I'm passionate about role-playing games from the 16-bit era. Obviously, I think that the format of the show is what we pick two each and we talk about them and then in detail. It's the 16-bit RPGs that we love. Now, obviously, if we're talking the 16-bit era, Super Nintendo gets the most praise for the RPGs on it because people refer to it as, you know, when you talk about the Mega Drive and Super Nintendo or Genesis and Super Nintendo, people often refer to the Super Nintendo's one of its key benefits over the Mega Drive was it was an RPG machine. You know, you had so many adventure slash RPG, action RPG, strategy RPG games on there. You'd be drowning in it. And there was lots in there, you know. And one thing I will say is you have a lot more on the Nintendo side of things, but that's not to say that the alternative solution, which is the Sega solution, did not exist. We had our share on the Mega Drive, and we had some good quality stuff, which a lot of the people on the Nintendo side might have missed out on. And I'm aware that in the Philippines, you know, Nintendo were dominant in that era, and that's why I'm here to talk about the Sega side of things, because you know, it might be an eye opener for you to have a look at what Sega had to offer. So, without further ado, I'm going to start off with the number one RPG on the system, on the Mega Drive hardware, when it came out in '94, and it's called Phantasy Star 4. Now, it's the last
Up,
of
Sir Viraj, hang on. Before you go before you head to the meat and bones, let's just introduce the other panel.
Oh
Sir
yes,
Drew,
yes. That's true.
Oh yeah, let's go for it,
where
guys.
where the land of RPGs
Oh
is
yeah.
king,
Mm-mm.
representing the JRPG
And good evening,
Philippines.
guys.
Sir Drew.
Ah,
Good evening, guys. And actually, I'm a huge JRPG enjoyer and enthusiast, if I may say. But the problem with this is I started with my JRPG journey in the PlayStation 1 era because on the Super Famicom eras, I was busy in the rental shops playing fighting games, Biker Mice from Mars, and all of the quick games that you could just easily pick up and play during your rental days. So after getting introduced to the JRPG genre, I'm so really glad that I discovered it. Then I backtrack. I backtrack after discovering Final Fantasy Tactics, then playing through Final Fantasy 7. I did a little bit of deeping into this. I'm not really even sure about the difference between 16-bit and 32-bit JRPGs because of the time frame wherein I experienced this thing. So I'm here to learn from the other panelists which is which, and I'm not even sure if I'm gonna be that knowledgeable enough. So I'm just here to give up my comments and learn from the awesome minds of the suggestions of these my fellow panelists. So I'm uh I'm Bernal Drew. This is I'm representing JRPG Philippines as Sergio RPG said, and let's get to it.
All
Yeah.
right, thank you for that, Sir Drew. And of course, Sir Banyagang native, Sir Joel.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whoever you are, wherever you are. This is Joel Baklit of the Banyagang Native page. We are talking about 16-bit RPGs today, and the idea is it's not just the ones that we are familiar with. It's also the ones that we are not familiar with. We do our very best to find out about those games that we are not so sure of, that we just heard about, read about in magazines, but we never got the chance to play. And education is one of the main goals of the Timeless Gamer Show because gaming is so broad, it's so deep, and to be perfectly honest, it's profitable. If I just did some research, and the fact is, video games have surpassed movies and movies and music in terms of revenue overall. So we're talking about double the revenue in terms of gaming as opposed to as opposed to movies and music. So we do our very best to educate everybody in terms of what is out there. So many new experiences to enjoy, so many new things to try, and you don't just limit yourself to what you've already got. You go out there and you check out what else is new or new to you. It could be something that came from 1977 and you've never tried it. It's brand new to you. So that's what we're going to be doing today regarding 16-bit RPGs, and we hope you come away a little bit richer in terms of knowledge. Back to you, Joe.
All right, thank you for that, Sir Joel. And let's give a shout out to the guys there at the chat. Sir Derek, who do we got down there?
Oh, to
Looks like
our
we've got a lot of
viewers.
Derek's friends in the chat. Yeah.
Shout out
Nice.
kila Seiji Lasiste, kay Doc Ice, si Tereso, Boss Raymond, ayan no, sa RPG. Kasama natin din sa
And we-
and si Boss
yeah.
Juan, later we'll we'll have Boss Juan on the
And Joe Marie Deser right there. Very good.
Joe
Very
Marie.
good and old
Ayun,
friend
shout
of
out sa
ours.
ating mga friends.
Dang,
Ate
lots of
Mara,
familiar
Teo.
names here too. Yeah,
Teo,
Teo Patikusan. There you go.
Ayun, a real fan of retro. And Celestine, ay mga natin,
Mm,
mga
Very
solid fans. No?
very
and
good,
was Dan Dice Gaming. Shout out sa
of course.
Ah,
Dan
sige.
Dice, constant
Dan.
friend.
And Knock Knock NS Gaming. Ayan no. Speaking of RPGs but on NES,
Mm,
check out. Check nyo si RJ ng Knock Knock NES Gaming.
All right.
Thank you
Excellent.
for for watching. We're tuning in.
Well, since
All
Derek
right.
is here, why don't we have him start off with his choices? Because of the fact that hey, he's our special guest, and
Right?
he's actually the focal point of this entire
focal point.
episode. Yes, honestly, Derek, because of the fact that
okay.
you have been delving into 16-bit RPGs and you've been enjoying it a lot, and we want to hear your opinion on how 16-bit RPG, how much you've been enjoying it, and you did say that you were interested in finding out more about it. So we're here to recommend what we liked, but we want to hear first how you liked your 16-bit RPGs. Take it away, Derek.
Okay. For context or for the record, I'm not really that a fan of the. In fact, I started playing RPG when I started streaming.
Okay.
Back when I was a kid, I always loved like fighting games, just like Drew here, our
Mhm.
friend Drew. I'm also a fan of fighting games like arcade games. Of course, you can play RPG on arcade, and also I don't own that much retro consoles. I only own NES, or here in our country it's Famicom, Family Computer,
Yes.
and I didn't even had Super Nintendo. I didn't even had PlayStation, but I do have Sega Genesis. In fact, that was my last retro console that I have, that I owned. So yeah, I started playing JRPGs when I started streaming, and the first RPG that I tried, because I looked up in the net, and I was searching for the best, like the best RPG, and it always goes in the list. So, and since I'm much into 2D stuff other than 3D, I went for Chrono Trigger. But that's not that's not the game that I will discuss. Because I think it's already done, right? We're already
We've already
tackled.
been we've
Oh
already
yeah,
discussed it. Yeah.
we are
Exposure.
done
All
with
three
that Chrono
hours of it.
Trigger. Oh,
Yeah,
the full
if
trailer
they
is
want if they want a if they want a review of the our Chrono Trigger, they can check out one of our previous episodes here in
Oh yeah,
Timeless
yeah.
Gamer
Oh,
Show. Yeah,
that's how it is.
they can pretty much see that we've discussed Chrono Trigger to death, but it is still a personal favorite of yours, right, Derek?
Shoutout din natin sa mga fans natin.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Ayun.
It is still
Lucas
a
just
personal favorite.
say
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
napapalaban daw ako sa English. I got a lot
Mm,
of practice, and that is
mm.
because of Adam there in the chat.
Ah, there
I
you
have
go.
some of my friends from outside the
Mhm.
country, so
Very good, very
say
good.
hi to all my
Mhm.
foreigner my friends from
Yes.
the US and from
Mhm.
Canada.
Well,
Nice, very good.
they don't speak
Uh,
English in America. They speak American.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, we speak the, the better upgraded and much more understandable language than,
Oh yeah.
Cockney or whatever. Yeah, anyway.
Eh,
All the British actors steal your Academy Awards. Yeah.
Yeah.
so
Oh,
are we starting? Are we starting?
Yes, begin,
Okay,
Derek. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
so don't worry. So I won't be. I didn't choose the it's
Mhm.
because it's very obvious, and Chrono Trigger and FF6 that's were like very very, and it deserve like a topic of itself, or
Mhm.
like who is the better 16-bit RPG of
Yes.
them two.
Mhm.
But I think Dan or
That
will will
would
fight about
disagree, yeah. Well, the thing
yeah,
about
will
it is, Derek,
disagree.
my question to you is the fact that you've been playing all of these RPGs,
Okay.
these 16-bit RPGs, you've started playing them. What, at the very core of it, do you enjoy? Is it the storyline? Is it the engagement that you have, the fact that you get to be engaged with the characters themselves? Is it how big of a world that you get into? What is it about 16-bit RPGs that you truly enjoy?
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
It's actually a combination of a lot of things.
Mhm.
Um, just like what I said earlier.
Mhm. Yeah.
I didn't play like like um JRPGs or RPGs before when I was a kid.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm very used to those. They call that action games, but
Okay.
they're now called as
Mhm.
platformers.
Yeah.
Those were like the famous genres back then.
Okay.
And unless you are like a rich kid or a Pinoy that
Okay.
are rich kid with rich parents, you
Mhm.
can own your own console, and you had the chance to play
Mhm.
those like very popular RPGs.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a combination of, because I didn't like I hadn't experienced that as a kid.
Mhm.
So when I played this, oh, by the way, actually, Chrono Trigger isn't really my first.
Uh-huh.
I think it's Pokemon.
Oh,
I
well,
think
yeah,
I
that's still
think
valid.
I
That's
think
perfectly
I
valid. Yeah.
think every like not even the RPG players. I think Pokemon was their like in very first introduction to
Same for
JRPG.
me. Same for
Oh,
me,
Mhm.
Sir
see,
Derek.
see,
Same for me. If
see,
we're gonna be
and they,
perfectly honest, Pokemon.
oh yeah,
yeah,
and,
Pokemon.
and they
Yellow,
didn't
red, blue.
even know that's the genre. It's an RPG.
Yeah, it's an RPG.
There are no there are some like RPG gamers. I no. There are some like players that don't play RPG, but they play Pokemon.
Mhm.
But they
Okay,
love
yeah, that's
Pokemon.
fine. It's
Yeah,
perfectly valid. Yes.
yeah.
That's true. It's
But
true.
yeah, I get like hooked with the genre.
Mhm.
Once I oh, so you when I streamed, and back before there were no the games that I were playing were less of the story. So
Okay.
what really hooked me with the RPGs is with the story and the world building and the characters, and then the music. So that's the combination of both.
So what you're saying
That
is that mm,
that you can find in other
mm,
genres of game. So
okay.
it's like a mixed match of it,
So
and
what you're
it's
saying is that you
okay.
enjoyed. Sorry, Derek. Sorry to interrupt. But what you're saying is that you enjoyed the experience of Pokemon, and you went into gaming, like action gaming, fighting games, and everything.
Okay.
Running platforms, platform gamings, and you started enjoying those as well. But the unique experience of an RPG, like the
There you go.
music, the story,
Story.
the turn-based gaming, is something that you kind of didn't experience
Didn't
until you came
experience.
back.
Yes.
Until you
Before
came
when
back
I
to
was
it.
a kid. Yes. There you
Hmm.
go. There you
I
go.
see. I see. Well, that's
And
actually good.
yeah, and
Hmm.
it's not if you're
Hmm.
back when you're a kid, you only like can only like play an hour every
Mm.
day because
Yeah.
that's your that's your what is baon. That's your
Yeah. It,
that's your
that was
only
your that was how much you could
how
afford
much you
in
could
terms of, yeah.
afford.
Yes.
So you might as well play like fighting games or
Well,
with a
that's
friend
true.
or like just play Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat.
Hmm.
So you don't have time to play those.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, between homework and doing chores at
Yeah,
home
yeah.
and the money that that you have to spend to actually play, like on the per hora or on the hourly video rental places, you had to maximize what games that you could play. And in Derek's case, he chose the games that he could play quickly and most of during that time. That's actually a very good perspective, Derek. Yeah, that's I can see that happening. Yeah. All right,
Okay.
that's but right now that you're playing 16-bit, now that you've got a more
Relax.
relaxed atmosphere, you have the time, you have the money, you have the ability to, you're enjoying 16-bit RPGs. And you
Yes.
did go
Okay.
through Chrono Trigger. You did go through Final
A
Fantasy
lot.
6, if I remember
A lot.
correctly.
A lot. A
Yeah,
lot
a
of them.
lot. Mhm. Well, that's very
And
good. That's very good. Mhm.
most of
That
the very popular.
That's the wonderful thing about video gaming. It doesn't it we don't it doesn't care about what stage you are in life. If you just happen to catch onto it at that time, like in Derek's case, he's getting into 16-bit RPGs right now, then this is the time that he's enjoying it. So there. So let's see. In my case, racing games, fishing games. Who the heck knew that I would ever be playing fishing games or racing games? But that's what I'm doing right now. But in Derek's case, 16-bit RPGs, very very good focus, very very good topic, story, music, choices, turn-based gaming. What about 16-bit RPGs is your favorite thing? The one thing, if you had to choose one thing about 16-bit RPGs, what is it about them that is your absolute favorite? Is it the fact that you can think before you act? Is it the fact that the music gives an entire new feel to the whole thing? Is it the emotions that get stirred inside of you as you see the plot unfold? What is the one thing that you like?
um, it's more of a like the accomplishment. I said that's
Mm.
accomplishment because these games tend to be long to play,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So it's not that it's not a game that you could just binge to like 3 hours or in one sitting. It's a
Mhm.
marathon, right? So you'll be playing that for like months or like yeah, yes, months or in case of Sergio like a year from
Mhm.
what game is that the on the
Yes.
and then when
Batang
you
titles.
finish. Oh yeah, the batting.
Yeah.
I've seen that one. And
Yes.
oh yeah, the once you beat the game, unlike the other like genres, this
Mhm.
one is most like rewarding. Especially
Mm.
if the ending is that good, it's really good. So it's really important that if you play an RPG, uh, you just hope that the ending is so so like rewarding or
No, that's
some
actually an extremely good point that you're making, Derek. It's
like
the fact that you work hard at the
you
game
work hard.
and the reward is immense when it pays off really. And those kinds of games are few and far between where you work hard and the payoff at the very end is terrible, where what the hell is that at the very end, a bad ending RPG. But and then those are very few and far between. But Derek hits an excellent point. It's the sense of accomplishment that you get
There you go.
when you work hard at something and then you get reward at the very end of it. Very good, very good choice, Derek.
Like
And
the
yeah. Mhm. What
post
say you,
credits.
panelists? What do you guys agree with Derek's assessment? Let's start with Drew. He did say that he was into RPGs as well. Do you agree with Derek's assessment, Drew?
I would have to agree with him with this history in regards to JRPGs, because one of the things that he mentioned is during I think we might be on the same, I think we're near each other's age. So during the Super Famicom era, so we were younger during those days. We were elementary students during those days. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Sir Derek. But I feel we might be experiencing this types of games during the same time frame. So
Yes.
during my elementary days, I was more focused on things that I could pick up and play. So I would be, as I have said, Biker Mice from Mars, Double Dragon, the Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat 3, and the things that you could play in the arcades like Soul Calibur. I'm not sure if Virtual On was also during those time frames, but um RPGs during those era has such a certain mystique to me, as in I could see them in video game magazines. You could see them how they are structured. You could see the screenshots, and you're like wondering how could I control four members and do this and that, and you could see that there's certain menus. And during those era, I think I saw Final Fantasy 3, which is Final Fantasy 6, in one of the magazines, and I'm just like, there's this huge cursor on it, and I'm like, how the hell fire one, fire two, fire three, what the, I'm just really really intrigued by it, but I never really got into it. And as Sir Derek has mentioned earlier, I have played Pokemon. I didn't even know it was a JRPG or an RPG or whatever the heck it was, but I sure as heck enjoyed it when I got when my an aunt of mine gifted me a Game Boy packet during those years, and it came with the Pokemon Yellow. So that's the only game that I was able to play. I enjoyed it. I was not able to capture all 151 Pokemon, but hey, it was an experience, and it was a nice experience for me. Then eventually I got into the, as I've said earlier, I got into Final Fantasy Tactics, and the mystique was gone, which in turn it changed into something wonderful. That why did I just discover this now? And it's such a worthwhile discovery, because for somebody in the PlayStation 1 era who was gaming by myself, and I no longer get to play with other people, and a single player experience that takes you into numerous journey, numerous worlds, and gaining new party members, and which has such a huge development. And it spiraled into the curiosity is spiraled into something more inspiring, and a sense of adventure in the JRPG genre. But as I have said, it's a little bit confusing with me, because the time frame of me going back to the 16-bit era, then going forward, and most of the 16-bit JRPGs I have experienced are mostly ports, and through emulation when I got a PC later on.
Hmm.
And one note that Sir Derek did say is that reach mostly it is the children who were well off during those eras that got to experience these games. So I'm not gonna stretch this out, and just a quick I'm just a little echoing a little bit of what Sir Derek said because I think we shared the same experience with JRPG.
Mm,
Sir
all
Joel,
right.
thank you for
Yes.
letting
No
me speak on
worries.
that.
No worries. No worries. My takeaway from what Drew's saying is that he discovered that playing by himself is playing with himself is extremely enjoyable. All right. So, but all right. Now, let me just phrasing. Okay. Now,
Crazy.
I want to hear from from the swampy side of the pond. I want to hear Viraj's take on this. Viraj.
But I come from the civilized world. Thank you very much. You know what I mean? You guys,
Viraj.
It's
savages.
your
Yeah,
turn to play by yourself.
you guys were only civilized when you guys got invaded by the Romans. Remember that, okay?
So we came and colonized you people. When the Europeans become a colonized,
Yeah, and then we threw you off. But anyway, continue, Viraj.
I'm not even. You know, I'm a migrant. Well, I come from a migrant
I
family.
know. Same here. Heck, I talk smack, and I'm a migrant here in the U.S. But anyway, continue, Viraj.
I mean,
Yes,
my,
Mirage, smack that.
my experiences with role playing games. I mean, look, I can look at it from what other people were doing because look, with me, I'm a '90s kid like you guys, and in the West, it was different because from what I gathered growing up, maybe I was not the right age. I mean, Sedan would be he's older than me, so he might have a much more better viewpoint on this, or much more clearer viewpoint. I grew up playing, Sonic the Hedgehog and games on the Mega Drive. I had Super Nintendo as well, so games like Super Mario World, Sonic the Hedgehog, and all that. As a Link to the Past, I don't really see that as an RPG; it's an adventure game, as far as I'm concerned. And there were all those sorts of fun games that you could play, and that's about as much in depth as I got. I think, like you gentlemen have said, I think Pokemon is something that a lot of people forget is actually an RPG. And I think it is actually the first kind of RPG many young people played. It's accessible to children because Pokemon Fever blew up everywhere. People watched the cartoon. People played the card games. The card games, collecting the cards, that goes for a lot of money now. So we have a whole variety of aspects of Pokemon, but it was actually the Game Boy game. Red, blue in the West. There was a green, obviously, in Japan. We had red and blue here in the West, and yellow that came out a year after. And then suddenly after that, because we got Pokemon late in the West, let's not forget, in Japan, Pokemon was a 1996 game for the Game Boy. We all got it here in 1998, 99. That's when Pokemon came out, the first generation. Then the second generation literally came out a year after in the 2000, 99 to 2000 era, which was Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And for me, it was Pokemon Gold, it's actually more my brother's game, if anything. And I found it really fascinating. And what the trope is with Pokemon and why it gets people hooked to it is there's 150, 250, well, now there's over 1,000, but back then there was 250 of these things that you had to catch. And they were so cute, you know what I mean? You wanted to catch them all, you wanted to train them, you wanted to evolve them. You got to catch them all. That was this tagline on it. And everybody was like, yeah, we've got to catch one. And it just took off. The fever took off. And it still is like, when you ask people what is the largest game franchise in the entire world in terms of how much it's grossed, Pokemon has grossed 90 billion. It's an RPG.
Yeah.
90 billion to Nintendo. And you can say it's a child's RPG, but I know grown-ass men who played it. Remember a decade ago, they had that Pokemon Go thing on their phone.
Absolutely, yeah.
Go out catching Pokemon in the streets of London. People went crazy. So yeah, there we go. So somebody saying that they got into Pokemon because of the anime cartoon. That's how I was introduced to it. Because my brother used to watch it on Saturday AM TV. What is this? Goes, that's a Charizard. It evolves into this. No, sorry, it's evolved from this, and I'm like, what? And then he used to tell me, and it got to the point where kids could name all 150 of these Pokemons, what they were and what they evolved into, but they couldn't name 8 countries and their capital cities. That's how.
Well, that's the thing. It is a teaching tool to it, and it actually helps kids memorize it. The same way Star Wars would help me memorize helping me memorize all the names of the different characters in Star Wars way back when, because I had the catalog of Star Wars. But Pokemon is the way to memorize by kids nowadays, actually. But before we go into the other panelists, I want Derek to be front and center again, and to say hi to the newcomers in the stream. Derek, I'd like you to say hi to everybody in the chats and give them a nice little shout out and greeting, because we want everybody to feel welcome and warm.
Okay, shout out again to these people. Seiji, happy live stream. Oh, thank you. And then Seiji is like 11 years old.
Oh, very
12.
cool. Very cool.
12.
Perfect representation.
That's a very, very young, and he's a fan of like old stuff.
Nice, nice.
Yes,
Very good, very good.
Julian
Excellent.
Espinosa, gonna do
Mhm.
it. I got into Pokemon things because
Yes.
of the anime, of
Mhm.
course. Me too, me too.
Yes.
A lot of Filipino did.
Yes.
Ginagawa mo dyan. Ay, Tito Joe in the house. Tito Joe in the house.
Yeah, Tito
Napalayas
Jomar
na
is
tayo.
asking, what the heck are you doing there? And of course, there's also Miss
Tito Joe.
Eshi. Of course, Miss Eshi saying hi to Miss Eshi. Very, very good right there. All right. Now, the thing about it is with I think everybody's echoing Derek's opinion on this, that Pokemon is an amazing way to get into the gaming. And actually, that's kind of a discovery for me because my idea is that Derek has always been a CT Chrono Trigger guy. You know, that kind of like that's where he took off. But now that he's mentioned Pokemon, that is actually a very good way of looking at it because Pokemon is a nice little launching point for everybody to get into gaming. Very, very good way of introducing that side topic, Derek.
It's an 8-bit RPG. You know,
Mhm.
we're talking about 16-bit RPGs, but
Yeah,
obviously
absolutely.
we all got in through Pokemon, strangely enough, and I think I can't not talk about RPGs without naming Final Fantasy VII and dropping that there. 'Cause
Of
I think
course, yeah.
in the Western world, from
Mhm.
my opinion, from what I saw growing up in secondary school, obviously Pokemon was there, but that was a big boy RPG, and it got a lot of Western gamers into it because the story was so enthralling.
Oh
And
yeah.
it was a well-presented game for PlayStation. It was when, and I think the question was asked, what's the difference between 16-bit RPG to 32-bit? What's the difference? Well, obviously you got 3D graphics, you have cinematic sound, you have a lot more data in there, so you have a longer game. A lot more details been programmed to it. A lot more pros have been programmed into it. But it's usually the art style and the direction the game goes in. I think that's fundamentally the difference. It's the presentation, graphics, gameplay, and sound for sure. Not to say that you can't have great graphics on 16-bit, but there are limitations to the presentation. But for me, it was definitely those two. However, you know, if we go into the sort of going back to 16-bit, and if we're talking about entry-level RPGs for young people, always recommend if they're not into Pokemon, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest on the SNES.
Mystic Quest, yeah.
For the Mystic Quest in the West, it didn't have Final Fantasy linked to it. But Final Fantasy Mystic Quest on Super Nintendo, it's a good beginner's RPG for anyone who is interested in Final Fantasy or trying to get into it. That's a recommendation, actually. I just want to throw that in there. If you've never played RPG before, that's a nice, easy one for you to get into, see if it's a genre for you. So I want to throw that in there. But yeah, I think for me, it was a case of, it was much later on after the 16-bit era did I start to look back at the earlier days of RPGs. And, you know, let's be honest here, RPGs were not popular for us in the West here in Europe, and I'm sure I echo in America. The case of, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I think there was someone you mentioned, I think it was yourself, Drew, when you said, oh, there's Final Fantasy VI and there's Final Fantasy III, what is all this? And that next point I want to make, which is Final Fantasy, the first one, had a NES release and a Famicom release. Okay?
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 2 and 3 never made it to the NES. The NES, the 8-bit Final Fantasy never made it to it. When we get to the Super Nintendo era, Final Fantasy 2, is actually Final Fantasy 4 in Japan.
Yes.
And when we get to Final Fantasy 5 never had a SNES release. And Final Fantasy 3 is Final Fantasy 6 in Japan. So you have that, and obviously they've redone the games, and they've actually re-released them, so they've made the order Japanese again, which is the right way of doing things, and people now have access to these games. You've got Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on the Game Boy Advance, Final Fantasy 3, they ported it on the DS. You've got Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6, and they've been ported again on the GBA, and there's obviously a huge collection of them on the Switch you can get now. That's another way to do it, all in one. So, you know, you can revisit the Final Fantasy canon, but going back to the point, the RPGs just weren't popular enough that Square felt, or whoever the publishers were, felt that it wouldn't do as well in the West. I think back in that era, I don't know how well Final Fantasy sold in America. Maybe it did well, but they didn't think it did well enough for them to do two. And same with Super Nintendo. And even though Super Nintendo did have a lot of RPGs, for those of us who have looked at the Famicom, Super Famicom, and Famicom libraries, they're full of them. In fact, when I do my modding for my SNES Classic Mini and I add games to it, I look at language translation patches. All I'm doing now is there aren't any new games being made. I look at language translation patches for all these RPGs that we missed out on that are created.
Absolutely.
There's so many of them on the Super Nintendo. It's ridiculous. And even on the Mega Drive, there's games like Rent a Hero and whatever they've made patches for that. So there are a lot of RPGs, a lot of the 16-bit stuff, all that goodness that we missed out on. I say goodness, but
No, no, no. I mean, just call it for what it is. It's amazing content.
we
It's
never got
amazing
that.
content. Yeah.
And now we're living in an age now where anything we missed out on, if you played all these Western 16-bit RPGs, you find there's still 16-bit RPGs that if you really are in love with that era and that art style of 16-bit 2D gaming, have a look at
Yes.
what the Super Famicom had to offer, because there might be some games that have had English translation patches. Tales of Fantasia, I'm looking at you, that you can play now. And obviously, Tales of Fantasia, that being said, there was a GBA official release as well. And for the sake of Densetsu 3 and all that, they've all had Western releases. But there are still a few others out there which skip my mind. There's such a few.
Well, it's actually what Viraj is saying is actually a perfect segue to how we are doing this show, because of the fact that we want to actually Derek being the focal point of this show. We are going to be recommending to Derek all these amazing things that he has not discovered yet. And
Yeah.
even us, a lot of us haven't really discovered them either.
Yes.
You know, the way that Viraj is saying it, there's tons of English translation patches now. And I myself am starting to discover all these amazing games that have come out during that era. And I'm only now getting to play. But before anything else, I am reminding everybody that the format of the show is that anybody can jump in, pitch in their opinion anytime they want. Okay, they can say what they like, they can interject, they can say, I have a counterpoint to that. Make sure that if you have an idea that you want to put out there, push it forward, because we don't want anybody to just be quiet about their opinions. We want everybody's opinions to be heard, because hey, it might be new, it might be interesting, it might be something that you've never thought about before. So that's the format of the show. Going forward, though, let's hear JDM. Hey, JDM, Juan de Marcos of 123 Go. Excellent, excellent. The fact that we
Good
have
evening,
JDM
guys,
here. Yeah, there you go.
and
Go ahead.
welcome to the show. I'm sorry I was a bit late, but I think
Better late than
I,
never mind. Okay, go ahead.
yes. I,
Go ahead, JDM.
I think one of the reasons why I'm not sure if this is not one of the reasons why most gamers or gamers from the western side of the world weren't into JRPGs,
Hmm.
because they're busy playing those CRPGs
Well, that's
like
true.
Ultima. You
Wizard.
have the Ultima series. You have
Absolutely.
Wizardry.
Excellent.
Bards.
Wizardry.
Wizardry.
Yes.
Wizardry. Right.
Yes.
I almost forgot about that game. And Bard's Tale.
Oh,
The,
yeah.
the
Bard's
dungeon
Tale.
crawlers. The
Oh, the
dungeon
dungeon
crawlers.
crawlers.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
their type
Mm-mm.
of RPG.
Yes.
Yes.
It's really different.
Those
in
are the
Japan.
Western.
That's the
Western.
Western. Like
Yes.
Diablo, Fallout.
Yes. No,
But
honestly.
I really, I
Go ahead,
really,
JDM.
I'm really, I really admire the Japanese developers that they're really going out of their way to push forward these JRPGs into the Western Hemisphere, because
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if maybe if those developers weren't as like hard-headed, or they just didn't push through with the making games to
Mm-hmm.
making those RPG games, or
Yeah.
even not just RPG, or
Yeah.
other different kinds of genre of video
Mhm.
games.
Yes.
They're trying to innovate and really push forward the games that they're trying to develop to the Western Hemisphere. So I really admire those guys.
Very true. And although you put a very, very important point, JDM, the West is not lacking for RPGs. It's just that the RPGs or the games in the West are very different from the 16-bit
Different.
RPGs that came out in the Japan side. The games that came out in the West are just as amazing. Bard's Tale. We're talking like Wizardry. We're talking about Ultima. We're talking about the Dungeons and Dragons gold box sets. The West was not lacking for amazing games during that era as well. And that's probably also the reason why 16-bit RPGs had a hard time penetrating from Japan going into the West. But it's a very valid point. Excellent
And
insight, JDM.
And also, I guess these developers are also trying to capitalize with
Mm.
the console market, because, as we know, back then, those personal computers, those IBM computers, they don't cost. They aren't cheap.
Mm.
So if you have a console, if you have a Famicom or an Master System or those other consoles from the 90s, they are cheaper. I guess like half cheaper than the PCs.
Mm.
And of course, more people are into buying consoles than I think most of the PC buyers back then was those who use it for study or for business purposes.
That's true. That's true. No, the fact is, we tricked our parents. We tricked our parents into saying we'd love a computer so that we can study our mathematics, our
Yeah.
science, our programming, but we wanted to play our
Yeah.
games on them. That's
Yeah.
exactly what we did. Let's
And
not
that's when
pretend.
and that's the that's the time actually when we learn how to multitask, because you can now use the alt
Mm.
tab, right, to change your
The Alt tab, yes.
yeah.
Just make sure not to press the Alt F4 because that would kill the process. And now I'd like to hear from Jaw. Jaw, what is your opinion of how Derek presented his opinion on what makes RPGs unique and also that era? Mhm. Oh, I think you're on mute, Jaw.
To all of your guys pointed out, they're all true. All right. The way I see it with Japanese RPGs specifically, um, a little bit of historical background here. Like after Japan lost during the World War II, they tried to make themselves even more. They tried to make sure that the country went back to its normal state. Took them a long time to do that because because how badly they lost and how they surrendered unconditionally. The feeling of the feeling of how about the fantasy of doing things doing things of adventure, making sure that we're um, like even the little guy can stand up against the uh, big creatures out there. Something more fantastical, more adventurous, even though that the odds can be against them, with the power of friendship, power of camaraderie, all sorts of stuff. Eventually, they will prevail, and that sense of mentality eventually brewed up all those years um, until the concept of role playing games was introduced. It's just to make sure that the kids playing the video games can have that sense of liberty, playing that even they could at least feel that they can achieve some sort of achievement or some sort of victory despite of uh, despite of despite of the odds against them, no? And with the 16-bit RPGs, well, with 8-bit RPGs as well. Um, I pointed this out to Sir Dan before. Uh, I said that one of the things that I've noticed with the 8-bit and the 16-bit RPGs is that they tend to cater to a certain demographic during the 80s and the 90s. At the time where things were simpler, things were a bit more naive, things were more curious about what's the unknown, waiting to be discovered. It challenges the fantastical, the unknown, and all that. And it's like, okay, with a certain demographic, because what's a key demographic for these games? Of course, it's the kids. All right, and so when I tend to read some posts, especially in the message boards and Facebook rather, they tend to look at all of the 16-bit RPGs when they used to play in such colored lenses, rose-colored lenses, that even if you say something so negative or remotely against the grain, they will chastise the hell out of you. They're so quick to raise their pitchforks
Chrono
and their
Trigger sucks. Chrono Trigger sucks. Okay.
I don't
right.
think anyone would, I don't think anyone has actually said Chrono Trigger sucks.
No, I am. I'm saying it.
Right. And
You'd
and
be
to and to their point, because those are the games that really resonated to their childhood, to their childhood imagination. I mean, who are we to tell them off, right? But
I
as the
will.
years go, yep, and but we also need to remember that because of the technological limitations of that time,
Mhm.
certain storytelling and game design had to make some compromises just so that everything can fit within the limitations of that game cartridges that we had before.
Mhm.
As the years went on, when they introduced CD technology, a lot more information can be stored in that. That's why you got the Sega CD, you got the PlayStation, you got the Sega Saturn, Dreamcast, and all that, right? Um, the developers
Well,
had a lot more. They had a lot more time and more room to play with to introduce a lot more interesting, game mechanics, more storytelling, more narrative in there. So it's not as cut and dry, very generic. Teenagers saving the world, right? So yeah. So with this episode, guys, we hope that the recommendations, or at least the games that we played in preparation for this episode, you'll be able to convince we'll be able to convince you to try out some of these games.
mhm.
All right, and not uh, uh the modern RPGs that some of the developers are dishing out right now and thinking, oh, the graphics are great equals best game ever.
In other
So it's
words,
not all about the graphics, guys.
Joe is not saying it directly, but I'll just go come out and say it. Final Fantasy 16. Okay, Final
Oh.
Fantasy 16. We're talking like
Wow.
Joe is just way too nice. I'm just putting it out
I'm
there.
way too nice. No, no. Speaking of RPGs, let's do a quick plug.
Oh yeah.
So if the games that you're waiting to hear are not going to be mentioned in this episode, then you can just check out or just buy this one. It's called The Guide to Japanese Role Playing Games by BitMap. So we're just hawking this book. It came from BitMap. It's a compilation of everything Japanese role playing games from the early 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 220s, what have you. All right. So if you are, it's a very big book, it's hardbound, lots of
Why,
colors.
why haven't you opened it? Why has it still got the shrink wrap on it? Are you keeping it for a special day or something? Huh?
Because my hands are grimy.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, look.
Sir Drew is also dishing out his. Where's the very good,
In
Sir
pristine
Drew?
condition.
In pristine condition, and of course, Sir Joel also has his copy.
Why is
Of,
it blurred? Because it's Japanese.
all right, a guide to Japanese role-playing
That's
games.
why it's
Released,
censored for Sir Joel.
so it's really
Sorry about that.
so that is from BitMap Books. So you can use our link right there. We will post the link down there at the chat. So it's BitMap Books, guys. If you are into JRPGs and you like to learn the history and you're unfamiliar to other JRPG titles out there, check that book out. Buy it. Uh, it's a bible for those JRPG lovers and enthusiasts out there. So let's get into it, Sir Derek. What is your first game?
Okay, to start first. I'll go first with Earthbound. Earthbound.
Oh,
Has everyone heard of
that's a
Earthbound?
lovely game for children. Well done. That's really good for young little kids.
I actually
Oh, here we
intended
go.
to choose this one. Why?
That
These
game.
Actually, these two games weren't released in the weren't released in your country.
No,
There are no European release for these two games that I will
not
be
not
presenting.
officially released. Obviously,
Oh
emulation
no,
allowed.
maybe later in the no with
Drew's got his representation right there. Show
there
Drew,
you
show
go.
Drew.
Oh
There
yeah.
you go.
It was released on the
Oh.
SNES Classic Mini. That was its official release in
Okay.
2017. We finally got an official release on the SNES Classic Mini. Obviously on the.
Sergio, can you show the can you show the gameplay for that
Oh, the gameplay.
on
Yes,
on
definitely. Joe can put up the gameplay of
on
Earthbound?
Earthbound. Yes,
Earthbound,
Mhm.
and let me hear the reactions.
Well, the thing about it is Earthbound is relatively
Okay.
well known already, but you don't have to go into too many details
Not
about it.
really. Not
Yes.
really.
Mhm.
Wait.
Well, go ahead.
Okay,
Sige,
not
go ahead.
really. Not
Okay.
Mother series. It's called Mother in
Yeah.
Japan.
Mother, yes.
Is it number 2 in it? It's the
What's a
second in the
mother?
series. Is it
True.
second in the series? Mother
Okay. Just imagine. If you're a kid in 1990, what year was this one? Is
Four.
it 1995?
5.
Okay, it's released in Japan 1994,
Yeah,
and
nice.
in the West it was released in 1995.
North America.
If you're the kid and you see this game, what's your impression?
Well, in 19,
That year, oh yeah, that
I mean, in
year.
1995, this looks kind of primitive in terms of its graphics.
There you go. Exactly. That's my point. This was released the same year or after, like Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, and other like JRPGs that are much better graphics, if I may say.
Yeah.
And actually, sadly, back when in the 90s, this was really a flop. this didn't sell. It did sell well in Japan. Unfortunately, in the West, and not even in other countries, since it wasn't. I just said earlier, it wasn't released in the Europe until like late 2000s for the Wii console. Yeah. It didn't really sell well. I don't know which is the culprit of this one, but this is a fact. Nintendo like sell this one. They even make a banner that says this game stinks. If you see this, if you're in the 90s and you own the was that the Nintendo Power? This is all around you can see it in stores. They really spend money for this one to they're expecting it to be big in the West, but actually it went flop.
Yeah,
Maybe
it bombed.
maybe it was because it was sell at a much higher price.
Well, it was also in development hell when it was being produced.
Yes,
and,
that's a very long story. Actually, that's a very long story.
He saved this game. It was him. He saved it. To be honest, with respect to Satoru Iwata, who became president. He saved this game. He was good there. He went behind it, and he eventually got its release in Japan. And by some miracle, he got a Western release in '95. It was late, sadly, to the party. I think in '95, when PlayStation 1 is coming out, and you see this thing coming up, and this it actually looks. It's a 16-bit game, and it does have a lovely soundtrack. It has a lovely soundtrack. This game.
There you go. Speaking of
it
soundtrack,
it does look primitive.
actually, this might be the most diverse, if I may say so, the most diverse soundtrack in all of those era in the 16-bit. What I'm saying about diverse, because this has a lot of genres in it on in terms of music. You could hear like jazz. There's a hip hop. There's a rock music. There's even a reggae, and some very ambient music, and even the sound effects. If you could hear that on, and is the sound effects on there?
Oh no, we can't play sound effects actually there
that's fine,
because
that's fine.
we
But,
might get copyright strikes and we don't want to take the show down.
If you hear those sound effects are very satisfying.
Hey Derek, you got a compliment for your English.
Nice, nice. Thank you. Thank you. I've been practicing all day.
All
That's
right,
the
very good. Okay.
I
Anyway,
hope you
continue, Derek.
don't run out.
Oh yeah.
we're trying. We're trying at least.
Yes, we're
We're
doing
trying.
our
Yeah, yeah,
best.
yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
continue, Derek. Continue.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, okay, okay. This game could be the most culture
Mhm,
of all time. The most cult culture. Why?
mhm.
Yes, it flopped when it was released way back in the 90s, but it got a following in the later, like when the Wii was released. It got a cult following, and some of the pro JRPGs, they are even considering this like one of the best games of all time, and
Yeah. Yeah.
it's really big in like
Well, all I'll say is cocaine is a hell of a
why.
drug.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
say.
it's and because of that, it's actually brought up a community. Um, they even have like made a fan site for this one, like not just one. I think that's starman.com. If you check, that's a whole like page page, web page for just for the Earthbound. Kaya pa naman, sir. Tito Jones. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so let's proceed with the I'm just telling, because you might be like paano ba? Because of the graphics,
Well,
you might.
Derek, let's put it this way: if you're having a hard time saying it in English, say it in Tagalog. I'll translate it in real
Oh,
time.
yun yung
Go ahead.
pwede. Okay,
Mhm,
okay.
okay.
But I will try at least.
Yeah,
Let me
absolutely.
try.
Give it your best. But if anytime you slip up, I'll make sure to catch you. That's
Okay,
how we are here in Timeless Gamer Show. We help each other
there
out.
you go.
I
There
can't
you go.
I can't help Raj once he goes into Hindi, but I'll.
Try not
Okay,
to.
okay, okay.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. So your first impressions on this game now. This has and to describe this game. What's the perfect word to describe this game?
Mhm.
Like the single word. It's weird. It's
Yes,
weird.
weird. Yeah, that's
It's
good.
weird.
Okay.
I don't want to like to spoil anything because this type of
Certainly,
game,
it has
yes.
a unique story. That's the thing we're trying to say. It's a very unique story. I don't think there's any
Mm.
other game that has
Actually, the
like this.
story is very dumb. You don't play this. You don't play this just for the
Dumb
story.
Dumb. Okay, that's good.
I'm telling you, the story is so
It's for
dumb.
children. It's a children's
Oh
game.
yes,
That's
it's for
Yes.
children. See,
Mm.
have you noticed one? What is the main trope or the main like the structure or the template of an RPG?
Uh,
It's always with fantasy like
yes.
swords,
Mhm,
dragons,
mhm,
and magic. And
mhm,
this one, you're playing as kids.
mhm.
I don't know the age of that one, but by the way, the one you're seeing in the screen, that is NES.
Mhm.
This is, by the way, called Mother 2 because
Mhm.
there's a game before this. And by the way, you don't have to play the first game to enjoy this one. No, in fact, don't play the first game.
Really? Why not? I'm
I'm not.
curious. Now I'm
I
curious.
am not because that is like very messy. That's
Really?
very
Even
messy.
worse than this one?
Somewhere like
Okay.
yes, because it's not very old, and they
Ah.
have less like quality of life features.
Mm.
Like the battle system, the this one is a lot way better than the first
Mhm,
game. So I don't recommend, if you want to go into Earthbound series, start with this
mhm.
one.
Okay. Mhm,
Or Mother series, start with this one.
I
mhm,
agree.
So the one you're seeing is NES. So it's
mhm,
actually, and from the first game, that's Nintendo. So if you don't notice the pattern, Nintendo is because it's Nintendo.
mhm.
So that's from the NES. This one
Okay.
is NES. NES is like in NESS. It's an
Yeah. Like
amalgam of
like the
SNES.
Loch
Oh
Ness,
yeah.
Mhm.
So no, it is an amalgam of SNES.
Ah,
So if
okay.
you arrange that, that's where it goes. So it's actually like like a better version of the first game.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay,
Although we
so
have somebody dissenting against you, Derek. Dan Dice 1222 says here in Twitch, I love Earthbound Beginnings. That's what he's
for
saying.
because that's ano, he played that first.
Oh, okay,
Though I
okay.
don't recommend
You don't recommend it.
but
Okay.
I could maybe play that one just for ano because I'm that
Mhm.
masochist. And
Okay.
okay,
Well, there you go. All right. That's
okay. So
we
first,
admire Derek for taking on the challenge. Go ahead,
okay,
Derek. Continue.
for the story, okay, yeah. So you play as Ness. So one day you wake up, there's a banging on the door,
Well, okay.
and there's a banging on the door. Then
You wake up to somebody
it's
banging.
your
Anyway, continue.
neighbor Pokey. It's your neighbor Pokey, or your friend, or same age as yours.
Your friend Pokey
And
was banging. Oh, anyway,
Pokey,
continue.
there's banging the because he's looking for his like younger brother.
I thought this was for kids. Anyway, continue.
These are for kids. This is for kids. He's looking for his younger brother. Piki is I remember Piki. So he accompanied Pokey. Pokey is the older brother, so he accompanied him. Then of course they're kids. So you first start with a bat, like a wooden bat. Actually, you end up as you don't Ness don't have any weapons. No, just but you keep on upgrading and upgrading until the end of the game. So you first start with the monsters. I no. What do you expect with the first monsters in other JRPGs?
Slimes.
The slimes, right?
Yes.
Like
But
bats
Dragon
or
West bats,
this one
slimes. Yeah.
starts with like because if we notice with like regular dogs, it starts with regular dogs, birds, because this one okay lang yan, okay lang yan. Because this one the premise of this one the main antagonist of the game is like an alien that they're aiming to conquer the earth by imposing his like evil side of of each species.
Mm.
So it actually what's that, improve or amplify. It actually amplify the of each species the evil side of each species. That's how his name is Gygas, by the way, and it's actually the main villain of the first game too. So he is back
Oh,
here. He's back here.
okay.
So in the first part, so after that, so he Ness and Pokey. So Ness accompanied him in the area where all like all polices are jamming up, because there was like a meteor that crashed in their area, and the younger brother of Pokey was like curious, so he went there. So in there they find Piki, the younger brother of Woki, and out of nowhere they hear like a buzzing bee. So this bee is actually from the future. See how weird it is. This bee is from the future. It's like a prophet, and we're getting into the story. He said that Gygas was like spreading terror in the future. He's actually ruled the world in the future. So it's up to Ness to stop Gygas. So see
Mm.
how dumb the story is.
Well, actually,
That's
no.
not,
The way that you're describing it, it reminds me of
but
Samurai Jack, Derek. The way that you're
but ano
describing it, yeah, reminds me of Samurai Jack, actually.
see if you're a kid, then you're that guy, and this one is like a prophet that is telling you you're the you want to be that guy, right?
Oh
If you're
yeah.
if you're the kid,
Mhm.
you want to be the chosen one,
Yes,
Y- y-
absolutely.
You
Mhm.
are the ano, if you're that kid, and of course you will be hooked to play this game and to continue. Uh,
Mhm.
just like what I'm saying, it's not the graphics that will hook you. It's because of the presentation and the what's that? The paano bang
Yeah,
English?
go ahead. Speak it in
Okay,
speak
okay.
it in Tagalog. I'll translate it, Derek. Go ahead. Speak it in
Oh,
Tagalog.
it's actually the experience that will hook you with the game.
Mhm.
Okay. It's
Okay.
not just the graphics
Okay.
itself. You will be invested because you're curious of what if I may say this is like the most because some of this is could be the most what's that unpredictable. This
Mhm.
could be the most unpredictable like game. If on other games if you play there are some parts that you're here in the game here in the Earthbound, every part of your journey could be unpredictable. So along the way you will meet your other party members. um in the second town you'll meet this girl whose name I forgot the name. What's the name of the kid again?
Mm.
That is um let me check.
It doesn't matter what her name is.
But
Mm.
you
It
just
doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter. But
It
but
doesn't matter what your name is.
but this girl is more of your casting. Your if it's Final Fantasy, this is your white mage. So he's for like white mage. Ah yeah, it's for like casting spells. Here by the way, it is not spells. It's like psychic. So these kids has psychic abilities to like to fight the enemies. And then the third one, which is actually my favorite. I forgot the names.
Your
Sorry.
favorite, but you forgot the name. Okay, fine.
I
Doesn't
forgot the
matter what
name.
your name is.
It's been like 2 years
Matter what
since I
her name
played this
is.
one. It's been like 2 years. Sorry for not
Yeah,
for not
something's not
delivering.
trying out here. Okay, anyway. Go ahead,
But
continue,
the
Derek.
guy with glasses.
The
Okay,
guy
and
with glasses.
anyone in the chat could help me.
Yes, actually, that's true. Anybody who is in the chat can
or
throw
wait,
in
no.
and have. Mhm.
Shout out
Well,
kay Conejo Aquino, by
oh,
the way.
that's a really good question,
That's somehow
Screws Loose. Did Stranger Things rip off Earthbound? That
No,
is a very
that
interesting.
good.
That's a very interesting premise. Yeah.
Pero that's Jeff. There you go, Jeff. Jeff.
Mm.
He's the more techie one. He's the more techie one. So
Mhm.
among all the characters, he don't have a Sai or in other games he doesn't have mana. But
It's
he
like
has those.
Donatello in Ninja Turtles.
Yes, it's the more techie ones. So he doesn't need those like psychic powers, but he's a very genius. He could like create some gadgets that could easily beat. He's actually like your one of your best boss killer in the game. That's I'm just telling it out. Then
Or Luca in Chrono
uh,
Trigger.
he could be like who's the Edgar in Final Fantasy. He's more of a gadget guy.
And
Oh yeah, he's more of a gadget guy. Nakalimutan pero flavor. That's Jeff by the way.
Mm.
That's it. And eventually you'll get because each one of these kids are like very relatable. If you're a kid, like example, um,
I mean,
Jeff,
what I found
they all. Yeah.
sorry, what I find really interesting is how I see a kid with an ATM card. I never got my first bank card until I was 16. What's this thing?
Oh yeah.
What is
By
this?
the way, I also forget my baby favorite. Oh yeah. If you notice the ATM because the gold here, the gold system here, this isn't the typical ones. You don't get your gold right away. It is actually transferred in your ATM. So
You might
have
want to
to-
read. You might want to read Jomar's message to you, Derek.
But I believe you, Derek. I also forgot my favorite thing. I
Terrible.
knew about him. I'm not,
Terrible.
okay, yeah. So yeah, that's the gold system. So instead of directly getting it from your inventory, so you need to go to the ATM to get your money, and it came from your dad. I don't
Oh,
know
and
why.
sorry to
Oh.
interrupt, Derek, but we have a request for a shout out here from you. We
Shout
have
out
somebody. Yes, we have
in
somebody
the
from
Twitch.
here in Facebook. Somebody
Oh,
named yes.
shout out kay Conejo. He always loves the shout out, no.
Now, wonderful,
Conejo,
excellent, excellent. Yes,
shout
we're
out to
here.
Conejo Aquino,
Yes,
by
and
the way.
we'd like to say hello and welcome to
Hello.
Derek's audience. Thank you very much for coming over to watch Derek here in the Timeless Gamer Show. All right. Anyway.
I'm really trying my hard to sell this game, but
Mm.
I don't know
Yeah.
because the
fair enough.
graphics won't the graphics won't won't help me.
The graphics won't sell it.
Well,
Okay, I'm glad you're admitting that. Yeah.
That's the problem. And the music,
The audience
that's my
listening to
only
this-
chance.
No.
My only chance to sell this game is why if you hear the music, that's very satisfying.
Mhm.
And okay, about that battle.
Wait. I think Drew has a little something to pitch in. Drew, I'd like to hear your opinion.
Okay.
Well, actually, what really sold the game for most people is that it has a different setting, and it's a modern day
go.
setting, which is actually one of the settings that is rarely done in the JRPG genre. Now, if you want a modern setting JRPG that you could play right now that is well polished, go and play Yakuza Like a Dragon
There you go.
7. Yeah, Like a Dragon, the seventh part, which you don't really you well I would advise playing the previous games, but it is the same as Earthbound. You got this modern setting, you got this bonkers to bonkers types of enemies that's really just out of the world. Yeah,
Let me see that. It's not the same as a
Raj is pitching in. Okay. Go ahead,
Yeah,
that's
Raj.
Mirage.
very adult game. This is a grown-up game, Yakuza. We're talking about crime here, and
Oh
you're
yeah,
comparing
that's true.
a game for children. You know
That's
what I mean?
true.
Don't compare
Hey!
it to Earth. Yeah?
It
I,
was
I,
very
I
It's-
got
it's
I got into
improvement out of-
R-rated movies as a
Earthbound.
kid.
It's improvement. Well,
Um,
there's a lot of games that actually hop on from the Earthbound premise, albeit not as successful or not as notorious as Earthbound. Like let's say Costume Quest. We have Costume
Oh, yeah.
Quest.
There's that.
It's riding like the same premise as children going in on JRPG adventure. We have a little bit on the adult side. Maybe we have Citizens Unite. We have South Park, Stick of Truth. We have those are games that are just like Earthbound, and the premise is there. The battle system is there. But one thing that set Earthbound apart from the during those era, why it got such a certain notoriety is because of the setting, and it was the first one to do it in a modern setting. Well, modern during that time for us,
During
of
that
course.
time.
It's
Although
it's an
some would
old
say
game.
that I think the
Some
Japanese
1980s.
did that. Yeah, some would say that the Japanese did that setting as a parody of American culture, though, right?
Mm,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And
I think
Also,
it's also
in
it's
fact,
it's like a
um,
caricature.
yes.
Yeah, there you go. That's the right
It's
word I was looking
actually
for.
I can
It's like
see
a
Michael
caricature.
Jackson in this game. It's
So
more of a Michael
it's
Jackson game for little kids. You know, he likes little kids. Michael Jackson will play
yes.
this video. That's what
Michael Jackson kind of kid. Okay, fine. Anyway, Derek, go ahead.
It's actually weird, but yeah, it's like it's really made for the American viewers or the American consumers. But
Yeah.
Shigesato Isoi it has never been to US.
Mhm.
So he really like he just maybe like assume or like get other sources from different
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
the way he knew about the US
American culture. It's the same way that if I decided to program a game about Hong Kong and I was imagining kung fu fighting every corner of the street, at every
Golden
corner,
Line
like-
cinema style.
Exactly. Yes. like I would hear the golden line sound effect while I'm walking that boom. Exactly, JDM. Okay. All right, yeah, Derek. So, your opinion of Earthbound. Yeah, summarize it for us. The fact is,
Summarize.
it's
Okay.
weird, it's
It's super
fun.
weird,
Mhm,
but it's really a good experience.
mhm. That is really good
Especially
experience.
if you will be surprised. There's a really good twist in the ending that
Mhm.
I
Okay.
it's hard to, and because this is the type of game that you really need to play to
Mhm.
you really need to play to get you don't get the you don't get excited, or you're like really hyped just by
Mhm.
watching this one, or like hearing it from others. You
Mhm.
really need to experience it to your own, and
Okay.
that's
Very good. Mm.
that's about it.
Good choice.
I mean,
Good choice there.
and they Drew is telling me that or others of us are telling this is for kids, but
Mhm.
some of the themes here are not really for kids. Especially in the later part,
Mm.
it's
Oh,
very if you how do I, but yeah,
it gets mature very quickly. I
oh,
guess that's how Derek is trying
especially
to.
in the
That's why
ending
Michael
part.
Jackson likes this game. It's Michael
Yes,
Jackson.
exactly. Mhm.
Have you played this one? Brad?
Neverland, the
In
Neverland
Neverland.
Boys.
Okay.
Was quirky. Dan is saying something.
Okay.
Earthbound was quirky, but a Hero did
Rent a
the
Hero did the
modern.
modern day setting 3 years before it was released. Yeah, I
Right.
think I
Oh,
do
I
remember
didn't
that
know
one.
about that one.
Rent a
Mhm.
Heroes. It
Oh,
was a Japanese exclusive Mega Drive game, but it recently got a language translation patch just the other year.
you're
Ah,
fighting Mickey Mouse.
So
I'm
you
sure
can.
Derek will play this now.
But yeah, Rent a
Mhm.
Hero is a very fun
Oh,
16-bit.
I'm very
It
curious
looks
about that
16-bit,
one.
unlike this children's game. This looks
Mhm.
8-bit. I mean, it's not even that good looking. Even The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past looks better than this, and that's a much older game that's on the same hardware. Like, why did they go with this graphical style? That's the thing.
Mhm.
This
I
graphic
think
is
Well, Drew said, that's he hit the nail right on the head. It's a caricature of American
it's
culture.
not for kids. You are
Mhm.
fighting Mickey Mouse. No, no. You want to know? I'll spoil some of the enemies here. There is like a street sign.
Mhm.
You fight against a street sign. You fight
Mm.
against a tent, a
Mhm.
boss, a tent with the face.
It's no worse than modern Pokemon games where you fight
And there
against a
is
keychain. Come on.
you
a Pokemon
will
for
meet
this
a
hardware.
guy
Goodness
that
me.
is so there's side characters here that is
Mhm.
so obsessed with the dungeon that he became a dungeon himself. That's so
Okay.
weird. He
It
became a human dungeon himself.
That's a
And
thing. Okay.
see how weird that was. There is a part then, like, you if you want to go to fight the, like, to go to the certain certain area in the, you need to look for his, like, yellow submarine to,
Mhm.
to cross the sea with a
Yeah.
kraken.
Mhm.
It will get really weird. So yeah.
I don't want to get into that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's a lot of, like,
Especially considering the submarines are long, hard, and full of semen. Anyway, continue.
oh, that's basically the gist of it. But
Uh,
you really need to play the game to really
yes.
enjoy. Oh,
Mhm.
one thing I love about this, if you notice the HP bar, this is like very
Yeah, it's a counter instead of a
it's not,
bar.
instead of diba, if you played
Mhm.
some of the games earlier in the 90s, so if you're dealt damage with like 300, it will deduct like exactly 300 right away, right?
Mhm.
But this one is a counter. So
Okay.
that means if you're not fast enough, you, if example, if your life is like 100 and
Mhm.
your enemy hits you with like a 200, or like
Mhm.
mortal wound or
Yeah.
mortal damage,
Mhm.
you can if you're that fast, you can kill the boss before you
Mm.
die with the you can easily end the fight just by killing the boss. And
Before
you can
your hit points hit zero. Okay.
your hit points. That's what's good about this game. And if you
Although,
notice,
mhm. Go ahead,
this is
Derek.
this is some of the like the J that some of the JRPGs that has um that that has some great quality of life features.
Mm.
Example, if you want to backtrack, let's say if you're a very high level, right? But you need to go back to the other areas that has unfortunately those monsters are very low, right? Here in Earthbound, if you're a high level and you bump into a monster that is lower level than yours, there you go. It will instantly end the battle. So it has an auto. What's that? The game recognized that you're high level enough that it won't even go to the battle screen. It
not
eventually, and you'll earn experience with that one.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's not
See,
worthy.
see, that's very there are not other games that are like that. So it really cares about your time. It really cares.
Mm.
This is this is actually short. You can just
Although, let me just interject, Derek. If you
okay,
pirated this game, I think in the day back in the day, it made
okay.
it impossible for you to finish it because of the fact that I think it increased the encounter rate. Viraj,
No,
correct me on
not
this one.
really.
Really?
If you see there's no really encounter rate in this game.
Okay,
You
encounter rate or hit points. I don't
no
remember
no
exactly. Okay.
there's no encounter rate in this game because
Mm.
you can see the monsters in the field. So
Okay.
you can easily, just like in Chrono Trigger,
Mm.
you
Oh,
could easily,
okay.
you can even off screen the enemies. What I said about off screen. So if you see an
Mm.
enemy, then
Hmm.
you off screen it. You go to your, let's say in the left, you go to the
Okay.
right. You
Hmm.
so it will diba? It will not
Oh,
show the
it
enemy.
makes him
Oh,
disappear.
it makes
Oh,
him
okay.
disappear.
Hmm.
That's
Oh,
it.
okay, okay. Now I guess I was misinformed on that one because of the fact that I'd
Ah,
heard that the old copies, that if you downloaded the ROM of it, it would the developers made some kind of figure in the game that it was the it would make it really really hard to go through it. I could be wrong on that one. I'm likely misremembering it. But yeah, go ahead, Derek.
oh, there you go.
Mm.
That's what I
Mhm.
do. I
Isn't
have to go with
Mhm.
the cons
Well,
or
not well.
not
The thing
the
about it is, it's more a case of you've sold the game, and yeah, I think it's still
oh, okay, okay.
generally,
It's
it's
fine.
still
Okay.
general. I think we generally still have a little bit of time on that one. On the cons, yeah. Tell you did say that it's the setting is might not necessarily be what people are expecting of an RPG.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Mm.
So the inventory system here is like is trash.
Inventory
um
is trash.
yes.
Okay.
so basic?
It's based
Basic.
it's based on the character on the each characters has their own like space space or inventory. Now, if you lose some of your members, so slowly you you lose the inventory. So they have separate. No, unlike any other like JRPGs, they have like one whole inventory, right? They
Where's
share.
the
They
animation?
share
There's
the
not
same inventory. But here in the game, you have inventory for Ness, you have for
Mhm.
Jeff, for who's the female that I forgot. Then Pooh. I forgot why did I forget a female?
Yeah, because
Hmm.
you're like Jomar, you know you forget your favorite chick anyway.
Yeah. There you go. Because
Uh,
she's your only chick in the party, right away. You only have
okay.
like four. So yeah, your inventory is based on in each characters.
Mhm.
So there's a certain number. So if you got full, or if your inventory gets full, you need to like deposit it to their stash. There's a stash here that ex cargo express. They called it ex cargo express. So you need to call your sister
What?
because she's working
What?
on
Why
that.
is the clip? Five policemen,
Oh,
old
there
guy
you go.
banging on a single kid.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, yeah.
What the hell is that?
That's part of the game. That's
Sorry,
how weird.
sorry, sorry.
That's how
I
weird
just,
it
I
is.
just find it really,
So they
really.
Stupid
somehow
game.
they beat the no, they're like
I like how
testing
you
the
got.
kid.
I like how
They're
on the
testing.
battle screen. On the battle screen, you got like an animated background, but the characters
Yes.
fighting you
Oh
are
yeah,
animated.
yeah.
He's like, "Come on, man, this is 1995. Can't we have some movement?" You know what I mean?
Was
What
that
is this?
the abstract? That's no, for the whole game.
Yeah,
It's all abstract.
this is poor. This is very poor.
Yeah.
No, I think they intentionally made it poor, Viraj, at certain parts. Again, it comes back to Drew's description. It's a caricature. And
It's
Dan
very
Faulkner says the inventory system in Earthbound is a
nightmare.
nightmare. It's extremely limited, yet the game encourages you to collect and experiment with items. It's a really bad, contradictory design. I think it's kind of like they went out of their way to
Oh yeah.
frustrate people.
That's why if you're playing this one, just don't die. It's
Just
very
don't
hard.
die. Okay, yeah, that's
There's no,
that's uh, that's good
there's no
advice
allowed
in general for life, Derek. Okay,
because
just don't die. Okay.
if you die here, you need to go to the hospital. By the way, you need
Okay.
to revive your character. So if you're like if you're three of your members die and Ness is the one left, it, now you need to go to look for to search for what's that a hospital nearby just to just to it doesn't unlike it doesn't have like the if you die you just load the game will only load the save point the last save. That's not no that's it's not the same as this one. So if you die you will still
If you die, you die. If you
it
It
die,
reminds me of Dragon Quest. Whenever you have
Ah, I w-
party member who already died, you will
uh,
have to like drag their coffins to the nearest
Oh yeah, that's true.
priest,
That's true.
oh
so
That's
yeah.
they will
true.
be able
Yeah.
to
Yeah, it's
and
too
you
bad.
and you
It's too
have
bad JDM
see
didn't
the
follow that.
burden.
It's
and
too
you
bad
have to
JDM
pay.
didn't follow up
By the
Viraj's
way,
quote of "If he dies, he
you have
dies."
to pay for the
Ivan Drago. There
for
you
the
go.
like the you have to pay for the fee if you're one of your members die. And so if you revive them, the MP won't refill in. You still have to look for an MP refill area. That's how it is. But that's the key. It's hard for me to sell this one because you really need to uh,
I mean, you
it's for the
spend quite a lot of
players.
time. I mean, you spend
You need
quite
to
a lot
spend,
of
but
time.
I promise you will be hooked. So once you beat the first boss because you will be surprised or like what I said. This is so unpredictable. This is that's the strength of this game. This game is so unpredictable.
Well, they tried. They really, really tried to make it different, and they really tried to really make fun of the American culture with this one. So, and it has such a cult following, and sadly, it has that following after it has already stopped in
Yes.
sales, and most of the people that really sing praises about Earthbound are people who have played them on emulators. That's just
There you
simply
go.
because nobody can
Oh yeah,
afford this game
this is
during its release.
super expensive. This is even until now. This is one of the
It
very
is one
expensive.
of the most
One of the
notorious
most.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a game that I'm not really looking forward to owning physically or
Yeah.
anything of the sort because it's just how much expensive it is. If
Just play it.
it's just gonna be a bragging piece and on my shelf if I do eventually get one. Maybe if
But
somebody gives me one, I'll have it. But saying that I gotta go and buy this one, hell no, nope.
I think
I'd
I
rather
think
go
Don
buy
Faulkner. Go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
Sir Jay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Anyway.
I remember Sir Dan mentioned earlier that he said that Earthbound developed a following through being free. Emulation bought it to people who couldn't afford to buy new games in that 2000,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
bought hard copies of it cheap, then built it up with the hype to sell those copies on very expensively, and then go out and buy
Go
better.
and buy
Back then, it people didn't know about game collections yet, because they're still like current. It's not like now that people got into video game collections, so they got it for cheap. Then now that they have it, they just sell it because it sells like hot pancakes now. Whenever you have see this rare copy of this game, rare game, then it becomes expensive. So it's almost like an investment.
Yeah.
All
There you go.
right.
There
So
you go.
that was Earthbound or Mother
Earthbound.
by Sir Derek. Thank you so much,
That's
Sir
really
Derek,
Mother
ano,
too.
for a very
that's really
insightful impression about
I
Earthbound.
hope I hope I've done a better
No,
job
no, you did.
on selling that game. It is so
At
hard.
least at least
It's
it's
so
based
hard.
from your personal experience playing the
Yeah,
game. All right.
Yes.
but
So
yeah,
let's head
I
now
advise you.
to yeah.
I advise you just to like just play the game, and like maybe spend like 1 hour. And I hope you'll love the. If you're really a fan, if you're really a fan of the JRPG stuff, and you're curious, so play the game.
Or you could
Yeah.
also
So
try and play modern games like Yakuza Like a Dragon. It's gonna be way, way cheaper, and you're gonna
Oh,
be
there you go.
having much more fun, in my opinion, playing that
So
game. And Sir Dan would agree with me.
or just play it any way you can.
Yeah.
That's all.
all right.
It's
Any way you
out
Thank you,
can.
there.
Sir Derek and Sir Drew. All right, let's move now to Sir Viraj. Sir Viraj, you mentioned Fantasy Star 4.
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, what about it? What about Fantasy Star
Um,
4?
Go.
It's.
Drop.
I mean, if we're
So
talking about,
how about selling Fantasy Star 4 to Sir Derek over there?
I mean,
The
honestly,
guy's
like,
down there.
he's promoted like a game for children, right? And like that's like baby game, isn't it? Like Earthbound, like what would you? Like that's not even. Do you know what? It's not even an obscure RPG. It was popular enough for them to put on the SNES Classic Mini. So that was one of those games that did get. It has a cult following, and he's right in saying that a lot of people have jumped on the bandwagon and fallen in love with this game again. And it is super expensive to play on Super Nintendo because of its. It didn't do so well, sadly. And to be honest, it's all right, to be honest, as a SNES game. But we're talking about serious RPGs here, not games for children. And that is exactly what Phantasy Star 4 is on the Sega Mega Drive. So the game is called Phantasy Star 4: End of the Millennium. It was released in 1994, so a year before Earthbound. Okay, and hey, we've got a video coming up. We've got some gameplay here of it's actually quite deeper into the game. So you go. So you play as a main protagonist called Chaz. That's his name, the blonde-haired guy you see here, and it's the fourth chapter in the Phantasy Star series, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to play the first three to sort of understand and get into the game. And it's set. It's got a science fiction / fantasy background, and the premise is you're on this planet called Mortavia, it's part of the Algol star system, and one of the planets, the 3 planets, has been destroyed. It's called Palma, and you saw this sort of destruction in the previous game. But you're on this planet, and you're a hunter of a guild, and there have been monsters appearing everywhere, and you're actually the protege of Alice, who's your mentor, and you go on this adventure, and the adventure begins, and it's very much Star Wars-esque because Matavia is a desert planet for the most part, and you have to go and investigate what the problem is, what's going on, and the adventure begins, and you discover this, and what I like you see here is a lovely little cutscene, it's like a comic book strip side style thing, which is nice because these pictures are so well drawn. It tells 1,000 words, and it sort of tells you step by step what's happening. You introduce the characters, the dialogue. You get to see what's going on. It's a very well told story and very well paced. And that's one of the things that I love about Phantasy Star 4. And this is Rika, one of the characters you meet along the way that joins your party. As the plot thickens and things get deeper and deeper. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to spoil the plot, but I just want to add to this, which is I think to get people to play video games, or even read a novel, it has to have a great plot. You have to get it from the very beginning. And with Fantasy Star 4, you get that straight away. You start off in, heading to this university in this town, and you're wondering what's going on, and you have to just discover what was going on, and you see that there's monsters in the basement or whatever, and then you tell them what was going on, and the plot thickens, and you wonder, oh great, what goes next, and what happens next, and you have a student join you in your party, and there's a bit of comedy between the characters where they're talking, and the adventure continues. So your character levels up, you get stronger, and it is very core a coming of age story for Chaz, who's the main man. He's here. You see him, and that's basically, obviously this comic strip isn't really doing much justice to the gameplay. It just shows you a small snippet of it. Obviously, we'll get past that at some point. A great game by any means. It pushes the 16-bit boundaries. You can actually clearly see it's a 16-bit game, not an 8-bit looking pile of crap like Earthbound is. So, look at this, man. Look at that animation. You can see them moving. You see them talking. You see a little face of them. There. You see a little snippet there. Oh, he's right in front of you. What's going on? Da 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 da. Then there's obviously the bioplant in the game. So there you go. And that's Han, and they're all talking. Artificial intelligence is there, and there's something that's there to sort of maintain the ecosystem of the planet or whatever it was. So yeah, great game, Fantasy Star 4. The music again, outstanding score there. You got like so many catchy tunes that just get stuck in your head. But yeah, the main key thing that I really love about this game, not necessarily the way that the gameplay, you got top-down perspective, but the battle system is outstanding, because unlike the primitive RPG that we just saw early on Super Nintendo, here we have a battle system where you have cross attacks, so you can actually have two characters, and look, we've got an animated villain. Look, there's animation there. Look at that. I don't see no animation on Super Nintendo like this. On that Earthbound baby game that you showed me, no, outstanding. So we have that. Then I don't know if this is going to show, but you can actually do combination attacks. So you can have two characters work together, have a combination, and make a killer attack. And that is outstanding for an RPG in 1994. I don't see something like Earthbound having that level of technical point and greatness. And you have to be a grown-up to really enjoy these sort of games. And this is a game for those of you who have grown up with Earthbound. If you want to see the next level, well, I say welcome to the next level, because this is what this is, and that's what Fantasy Star is. And all the games have been challenging, to be honest. It's always been a bit of a grind. This, in my opinion, is probably the most accessible of the Fantasy Star game, and it's perfectly balanced. So there you go. You've got magic attacks, you've got special attacks, you've got your normal attacks. You pick up things as it goes, but yeah, you basically, that's the overworld, and you go into little towns, etc., and you do things and missions, etc. If you get tasked and you wonder what's going on, you have to solve the mystery and whatever, and then the story continues. But yeah, the first act involves a tragedy. Long before we saw Final Fantasy VII with a death in the series, it is just great in terms of storytelling and writing. I never saw it coming, and I thought, wow, that first chapter just felt like a game in itself. When you take out the first boss, which is known as Zio. But then I thought, okay, this is the game. No, the game continues. It's longer than this. It was actually quite a long game. And I just want to say that this game was originally planned for Sega CD, but obviously in 1994, better counsel prevailed. Like, why would you make a game for 2 million customers when you can have a game for over 40 million customers worldwide? Obviously, it makes sense for you to make a game for a format which people can get to. So this is actually the pinnacle of Mega Drive you got here. I would have loved to have seen a Sega CD version of this, because I'm sure the soundtrack would have banged if it wasn't locked to an FM synth chip. But it doesn't matter. It's a great game anyway. So yeah, that's basically Fantasy Star 4 in a nutshell. A game for grown-ups.
And if I may interject, actually, this is one of the more accessible titles if you're collecting for physical copies, because it is included in the Sega Genesis collection, which is available in PlayStation 3 and also on PlayStation 4. And you could also play this on the PlayStation 2 with the volume 32 of Sega
Ages.
Sega Ages. Yeah, thank you for correcting
Actually,
me.
there's
Borgo.
Steam also. This one is on Steam
Oh.
also. There's a Sega collection like on Steam, and it includes this game as well.
if I'm going to add something about Fantasy Star 4 and a little bit of explanation to Sir Viraj, the only Fantasy Star game that we were introduced back in the Philippines was Fantasy Star Online for the Dreamcast and PC.
Oh,
Yes, I love
And
that
a lot
game.
and one of the main reasons was because with the Famicom and the Super Famicom were the consoles that were more prevalent
more privilege.
in the Philippines. We really didn't get the Sega Genesis or the Mega Drive that much, and even if we do get the Super Nintendo, or rather the 16-bit JRPGs, because we live in the Southeast Asia, we usually get the Japanese games at first.
Yeah.
So even if like Fantasy Star 4 or Earth or Mother or Super Mario
Mm.
RPG or Final Fantasy rather, they will always come to us in Japanese. And well, what the hell do we know about those games? We can't even
Yeah.
read them.
I
We
mean,
can't
another
even
thing
appreciate. So
very
most of the
quickly.
time,
Oh,
it's always
actually,
about the
Sergio,
platforming
actually,
the
Sergio,
platforming adventures. Yeah, go.
way back in the 90s, it's surprisingly some of the Japanese games were umaabot dito.
Yeah, yeah,
Were
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
and it's surprisingly
They tend to reach us, but
I ano,
they do tend to
some
reach
of
us.
the
But
kids can
hmm,
can beat like I saw when I was a kid, I saw like Super Robot Wars, and they didn't even understand what's going
no, no,
on,
no,
but
no.
somehow they beat.
What I'm saying here is that you can understand the gameplay, sure,
Sure, there you go.
if you really study on how to play the games without even understanding any lick of Japanese, but to fully appreciate
There you go. The
these
story.
games, the story, the
Uh,
narrative, you really need how to understand. So you really need the localized Western release of these games, which we don't really. Let's be honest, unless we have the actual American version of the SNES or the actual version of the Genesis, then sure, if they're able to import those games, if we have some relatives in abroad, they tend to import those games to us in English, then sure, why not? Right? It wasn't until even Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation One when we got really indoctrinated with the genre.
yes.
So with so I am more envious with our European counterparts with Sir Viraj because they had the chance to enjoy these games. We didn't at the
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Lucky bastards.
The fact of the matter is,
Eh,
this game is also available on the Sega Mega Drive Mini or Genesis Mini. It's thrown in there, so that's another accessible way to play this game on the cheap. You can get those mini consoles cheap, and the game's already preloaded on there, and it's actually cheaper than buying a physical copy of the game now. If you already have a Mega Drive, so that's another way you can access this game. But yeah, I just love the art design, the presentation of this game. There we go. Look, so Dan even backed me up here. So Viraj is spot on. The battle system in Fantasy Star 4 is so good. 5-party crew, combo attacks, text magic, vehicle combat. It backs up superb manga cutscenes and a mature story with some great gameplay. I wouldn't say some great play, all of it's great gameplay. And it's paced well. This is another factor that I always forget to say. The pacing of this game is great because one of these things, the issue of RPGs, I think the earlier Fantasy Star games have, is they always often have a steep curve because there's a lot of grinding when playing them. Sadly, Sir Joel is not here, but he'd probably agree with me. The first Fantasy Star did have a sharp grind, as did number 2 and number 3. This one, it has a perfectly balanced grind to it, and it's perfectly challenging as you explore Matavia, and then you go off-world to Desolis, which is the other planet in the Algo system. So you've got interplanetary travel. You got that, which is great. You have a huge world here to explore, and
And
I thought that was
that
great.
that's one of the things that I really really wanted to have experienced before, because the first I think sci-fi-ish JRPG experience for me was Star Ocean, and I would have loved to have played the Fantasy Star first. Unfortunately, as Sergio pointed out, it was not that prevalent or available for us Filipinos back then. So sadly, and it is a thing to be able to experience these games during their release as
You,
some as what we have been experiencing for us going through the retro side of things, because
yeah.
we are looking at the retro games from a perspective wherein we were already exposed to other games like Final Fantasy 7, other graphic styles. Then we're for us to be able to go back and play this certain games, and I have no doubt that these are really awesome games. And I am really irritated at myself because I could not really find the time to play Fantasy Star series, as Sir Dan
Mm.
and Sir Biraj has been really, really trying to encourage me to play this game. So for so many, I think it's already been a year now since they have brought this up to me. And
The best RPG
it looks really, really nice. It looks really well done for a platform, for a console that was released. How many? It's almost
1988
3 decades.
was in Japan,
It's
1989 in America, 1990 in the United
see?
Kingdom. Europe. We had it, so it's over three decades old. Way over 3 decades old, I would say. Yeah. But yeah, it's a really, really creative, innovative game, and that's why, I know Sir Dan and we have this opinion that it's better than Chrono Trigger, and it is better than Chrono Trigger because it is much more complex. There's a lot more world building going on, a lot more development in terms of characters, just a lot more packed into it in terms of its creative art design and in the battle system itself. And the battle system, in my opinion, because you can say all these things about Chrono Trigger, but the one thing where Fantasy Star is ahead of Chrono Trigger is that battle system. There's just a lot more creativity in those attacks you can do, and because you have that much more varied gameplay, in my opinion, more variables, it offers much more possibilities, it offers a different, varying, challenging element to it, and a lot more fun, therefore making it the better game. That's my view on why I think this is better than. Obviously, I don't
Sir
want to go
Biraj.
because you had a whole episode with Sir Dan and Sir Derek going up.
Anyway,
We're done with that one.
I second Sir Dan in this. I'll be his squire. He can be the knight. I'll be the squire. I'll fight this battle. Yeah, until I'll die on that.
No, we're done with that.
Hey, here's a bit.
Or we can go for round two.
Haven't played it. A lot of people have played it. Make a judgment, and I challenge you. I challenge all of you in this, play this game. So
But
Joe,
first,
Joe's played this game, so he's got an opinion on it. Okay, so Joe did
Sir
play.
Joe is the right person to.
So I
haven't
so I
played this
played
once.
Fantasy Star 4 based on the recommendation of Sir Dan and Sir Viraj, and because I played Chrono Trigger first and then Fantasy Star 4, just so that I can have a like a comparison opinion between the two. In terms of storytelling, that makes sense. More sense. Fantasy Star 4. In terms of gameplay, I had more time. I had more time thinking a lot more of strategy with Fantasy Star 4. In terms of character development, I'd say about the same. However, what Chrono Trigger didn't do was with Fantasy Star 4 is that there was a certain death in here. They followed it through. And if I played this first before Final Fantasy 7, and I'm like, oh shit, they really killed someone. And you would think that character will, in very early in part of the game, and I'm like, oh shit. In terms of eye candy, there's some eye candy in here as well. Something for me. Thank you very much.
Okay.
In terms of if there's one thing that I can probably complain, maybe this is just a nitpick. If you guys are going to play this, you might notice that some of the names are just like four letters.
Mm.
4 letters. In some of the items, only have 5 letters. Some have 6 letters. It's just based on the limitations of the cartridge, unfortunately, of the programming. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Sir Viraj, Sir Dan. Because of certain limitations, they had to cut corners just to make everything fit in there.
Obviously, in that era, card sizes or ROM sizes were expensive. Let's be honest here. Making video games on that cartridge media was expensive. Okay, that's why gaming went the way of CDs because it's cheaper. You had a lot cheaper to manufacture. You store a lot more on it, and you could do a lot more with that. But Phantasy Star 4 did actually have a large cartridge size. We're looking at it was huge. In terms of the size, I think it was a 16 meg cartridge, but I could be wrong because they all came in meg sizes. I think the cartridge. Yeah, so the cartridge version was originally going to be 12 megabits, and then the CD-ROM version. Because remember, I mentioned it was meant to be they're trying to go for CD-ROM, but they were meant to do it there. So what it was, they were ambitious enough to try and make it a bigger game than it actually was for Sega CD. But in the end, they thought, look, the Sega CD isn't making enough money for us. Let's just put this on the Mega Drive. So again, I don't think they could afford like a 32 meg cart size. This was one of those things. If I just look up on Sega Retro, it'll tell me straight away what size cart it was. But the fact of the matter is, it had memory constraints. I think in terms of the 4-letter thing, of course, they could have put more letters in there. It's just down to the presentation. They're limited to 4. I think that might have been it. But hey, listen, it's a minor nitpick, as you said.
Yeah, and if there's one thing, and this is one of those JRPG titles out there that you can utilize 5 party members, not 3, not 4, but 5 playable, controllable characters right off the bat. And I'm one of those.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go.
I do have a question for Sir Joe and Sir Viraj. Since there are 5 characters, and there are combos in this particular battle system, does it feel something similar akin to Suikoden? Is it something like that?
So something like Suikoden.
Yeah, something like Suikoden, wherein you could combo with the skills, with the magic.
They do have double combos in here, like two person combos in here, but it's not as intricate or as animated as Suikoden.
Yeah. This
That
is
makes
like
sense.
this is the first game that I ever played which offered this feature. I think it was the first. It was a pioneer. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you can find a game that was made before this that offered this sort of pioneering combination attack. I think Suikoden probably looked at this as a DNA factor of what we could do, and obviously,
Yeah.
more complex. But this
So
was like
that's why I was asking, because I enjoyed the battle system of Suikoden because you could combo into those into the skills, into the magic. So since there are 5 players, 5 party members on this particular Fantasy Star. So, and also the reason why I was asking and doing a comparison, trying to have a comparison with Suikoden, because more people was able to play Suikoden. So if the battle system would somewhat feel similar to Suikoden, I think more people might be interested in trying out Fantasy Star 4.
Drew, you know what? If you're looking for combos, go play Chrono Trigger. All characters.
No. I've played Chrono Trigger. I've
all
played Chrono Trigger.
combinations. Every character has
I would actually
you're-
recommend
you're-
some games to you, Sir Derek. If you really like Chrono Trigger, you could
There you
try
go, there
I
you go.
Am Setsuna.
I'm looking
I Am
forward for that.
Setsuna and Lost Spear.
Yes, I
If you
know.
are interested in the gameplay, and also the just recently released Sea of Stars.
Oh
which
yeah,
are
yeah,
all
yeah. I'm planning to
inspired
do
by
to,
Chrono
to,
Trigger.
to play that one. Yeah. Okay. I'm in for like Viraj telling that this is the pioneer of doing that combos, but Chrono Trigger did it better.
no, there were no combo in that
shit.
pack.
Here we go.
There are no combo attacks. What are you talking about? There aren't any. Okay, you might
Derek
have like,
just made a swooping statement.
Chrono Trigger did that better. If you're looking for combo, let's go.
what combo? There are no combos in Chrono Trigger. What are you talking for, man? Chrono Trigger came out a year after, and it was
Every character, just
Fine.
pick any character, and there's a certain like dual tech, triple tech. Unless you pick the Vegeta, who's the Vegeta.
Oh, so you can do. So this game does have that feature as well, where a single character can have a double attack as well. So when you talk about Chrono Trigger doing it better, it does the same bloody thing. What it doesn't do, it doesn't allow characters to work together to make a combination attack and go boom. It doesn't offer that. So and not
It
just
does.
normal,
It does.
not just conventional attacks. We're talking magic attacks as well. So I don't know what you're talking about. There we go. So Dan is easy to say. Chrono does sequels for you. There's no strategy. It's the baby
You're
way.
waking up for that.
There is
Yeah,
strategy.
I think Sir Dan's gotta go on board, go live just to be able to.
Now,
Sir Dan will gonna take his meds. He's gonna charge in here.
It's autopilot. That's the difference between fantasy. That's the difference between Chrono Trigger and Fantasy Star. It's telling you. It's playing the game for you. You know, whereas Fantasy Star 4, you make those executive decisions as you would if you're out there, making for a much more immersive, much more fun, intuitive gameplay experience, making it the better game. The end. I rest my case. What is this nonsense with Chrono Trigger that everyone goes crazy about? It's an easy. It's a nice-
Anyway, when it
game.
comes to Chrono
Not as
Trigger,
good
when
as
it comes
Fantasy Star
to
4.
Chrono
Just
Trigger, everybody is hailing it. Well, most people is hailing Chrono Trigger as
All right.
the best
I'll,
JRPG or
I'll,
yes,
I'll put it.
Joe.
I'll put it this way. With Chrono Trigger, when I play Chrono Trigger, if I really want to pull off like a big move or a move that I think it's gonna save my ass away from dying, I need to wait for the ATP, the active timer, right? I need to wait for the active timers to be filled out first, and then I have to choose which tech move I need to use. Then hopefully that will save me. In terms of Fantasy Star 4, I don't have to do that. Although that being said, because in Chrono Trigger, as long as you have both or two or three people who are available to move at that time, you can really pull off that special move that you want to do. In Fantasy Star 4, there's a lot more variety on what you can do between your characters. You don't have to wait for the timer.
Yeah. But anyway, look, this is just go back to the whole point. This is an RPG, a JRPG that many in the Philippines haven't probably played because obviously Sega didn't have a standing there, a platform there. It was mostly dominated by Nintendo. And it's a great game. It's an outstanding game. And now if me and Sedan are saying it's the best RPG of the 16-bit era, you know, there has to be something about it. Maybe you may not think it, but without a doubt, it is a great RPG that many in the Philippines have not played, and I think that it should be played because it's easy.
And to Sir Raj's point, just because you think you guys, so to all of you guys who only played Chrono Trigger, you think it's easy, only because you didn't play the other games. Play these games for play Fantasy Star 4 just to make a just to have a proper informed decision on what you think did things better. At least you have something more of a concrete comparison between the two.
Because you got the two top tier RPGs on this list. We're taking Final Fantasy VI and we're talking Chrono Trigger. They're the ones that people go on about, right? You guys have played those games. And you haven't played Sega. Dip your toe in the Sega world and play Fantasy Star 4 in the Millennium. What's the worst that will happen? You find it too hard and cry like a baby because you really don't have the capacity to play real manly RPGs. Yes, that will happen. It'll probably make you feel like a baby, you know. But you know, you got to challenge yourself because you've beaten these games, you've played these games, and they're good intermediary level RPGs. But when you want to move to the next level, Fantasy Star 4 is there waiting for you when you're ready to
Actually,
grow
in Chrono Trigger, I tend to question the storyline progression with Chrono Trigger more than I question Fantasy Star 4.
And here's
Especially
the
time travel
problem.
aspect of it. I had a lot of questions about that.
Lovely soundtrack as well.
I think the real problem with the 16-bit RPG era is just most people did not really get to experience all of the JRPGs during that era. For example, we got Bahamut Lagoon, we got Live Alive. There are so many games stuck in the East. We are so lucky that there is an HD 2D thing going on with Square right now. I got to experience Live Alive. It's such an amazing JRPG, and it takes you through the perspective of different characters. And it's just that really really frustrating that we keep hearing Chrono Trigger, we keep hearing Super Mario RPG, although that is a great game, and we keep hearing all the same thing getting recommended all over again when there is so much JRPG experience stuck in the East that is not translated for us to be able to enjoy. So I know most people just tend to say that Chrono Trigger is the greatest RPG, etc.
I
Final
mean,
Fantasy 6 is the greatest RPG, etc. Maybe because they have such a limited experience with JRPG. That's just
absolutely
me.
right.
But
Look at IGN and look at their top 100 list, and I don't see some of the Sega games in there, and it's just the cult of Nintendo. And all these people probably work for these magazines, grew up with Nintendo, but they never dip their toes into the Sega side of things, and that's why they always name all these Nintendo platform RPGs, but they haven't actually played Genesis or Mega Drive and the RPGs on that platform, or any of the games on that platform. I'm not talking just RPG, I'm talking games on the Sega side of things, and I think Sega is unsung. So that's why
Sega is very good with JRPGs. Sega is very, very good with
it's
JRPGs.
good,
We
but
have the Yakuza series. We got Seventh Dragon.
yeah,
You have so many things that Sega
yeah.
is good at.
I mean,
They
yeah,
they are the ones who develop
there we go.
they go develop final Persona 5 Tactica. So that is one of the few games released locally here in Japan that has full English language support for a Persona game. So Sega
Mhm.
is really doing good with the JRPG
Yeah,
genre. Sadly, Capcom dropped the ball ever since they stopped doing Breath of Fire.
Breath of
They stopped
Fire.
do
yeah,
yeah, you see, Sega still has consistency to them, even if they did lose the Dreamcast.
yeah.
And Dreamcast actually has a lot of JRPGs not localized, only released in Japan. Like there is a SRPG in the Dreamcast that is not. I actually almost bought it the other day, but I forgot the name. It was a little bit lengthy, but hey, that's one of those. So also in the Sega Saturn side, I would have loved to have owned Popul Mail, but sadly I can't. So it's expensive. So what could we do? Anyway, um to cap the whole debacle about which is better, which is worse, I would just like to say that each and every one of us has a different experience during those different times, and we tend to enjoy a certain game more, or we have experienced a certain game, we favor a certain game more because we either it's our first, or we really enjoyed it during a time when we were in a very bad place or something, whatever it is. And one thing that leads to this whole debacle, this whole confusion about which is better, is because we keep on trying to force other people to see that what we experience with this is the only correct one. But anyway, more experiences for us, we would be able to get a much better view of what with each and every one of us is saying. So I'm not really gonna say which one is better, but hey, games are games. We get to enjoy them all.
How
Yeah.
about Sir Derek? Sir Derek, what are your impressions of Fantasy Star 4 based on what Sir Viraj described?
Oh, I actually played just like 2 hours of the game.
Well, you
Gwapo
said
nung nasa
12.
gitna. Gwapo dun. Oh
12 of
yeah,
it.
shout out by the way to our mga viewers ko from stream. And to Sir Dan. Like, feels like Sir Dan is ano eh. But yeah, I already tried some of the gameplay, and yeah,
Yeah.
I yeah, from the first like experience of mine, um, I am having a hard time on on like the menus
Yeah.
on buying stuff. That's just my little
Yeah.
about that little, because this is like the early JRPGs, right? This like released, is this 80s or
Oh, this
90s?
was released.
90s,
This was released in 1994. One
Early.
year before Chrono Trigger.
Ah,
early
What?
90s.
er,
It's
90
around.
same year. Okay, just like a year before. Oh, they haven't really like um figure out the best way to like to maximize, or and I think I could just understand, because it's
The
just
release of
like
that
just
would be
like Viraj told us, because these were like ano, um there were really like
They went for
really
a more humanoid character design or
Okay.
yeah,
No, no. Yeah.
rather than your typical caricature-ish chibi style, chibi style design sprites that you see in most JRPGs back in the early 90s. With Fantasy Star 4, it's just, namely Fantasy Star 1, 2, 3, and 4, they always has been consistent looking like this. So you know it's a you, so there's a so there is a distinct art style that you know it's a Fantasy Star game if you see it like this. If there's one thing that I can commend Fantasy Star, the first four games at least, is their art style. They have their own distinct art
It
style.
looked like an anime, an anime like turned into game. It could be it could be
Yeah. So do you think this is something that you would try out in one of your streams someday?
yeah, because I'm really curious, and Viraj and Dan kept on like like asking me, and really curious. On
Yeah, I mean,
how,
Sir
how
Viraj and Sir Dan issuing you the challenge. Play this game.
I can
Oh, yeah.
see the challenge for you will be because obviously you mentioned how like there was a lot going on.
Oh yeah, yeah. I really love like Chrono Trigger because that's like my first, and that's like my first like introduction to the
I mean,
to
Chrono
the
Trigger was a big-
genre. Oh yeah, that's like my after maybe after Pokemon. Yeah. So it's my
Yeah.
first, and it's really the best like intro game if you really want to get into RPGs. So and this one I think this is more complex than I'm not sure.
You'll
Kasi,
have more challenge here. That I assure you.
That
Because
sure, okay.
The game will not play itself for you. You have to play the game.
They really on Chrono Trigger they really want you to win.
Your brain. No?
Exactly. The game even like hints every just to win the game.
All right.
back.
So for
that's
this
not-
one, it doesn't
Right.
hold back. I guess it doesn't hold back. So
It doesn't hold back. All right.
Okay.
So that is Fantasy Star 4 according to Sir Viraj. Okay, so
Yeah.
before we head to the next game, we'll just do a quick ad break because we need to pay the lights around this place. So let's hear it from one of our sponsors out there. Do you like playing video games? Do you like reading about history? Do you like learning about video game history? Then you should give yourself the gift of owning some video game history books from BitMap. Since 2014, BitMap Books have published numerous colorful and well-detailed hardbound books about video games ranging from the different video game consoles of old and the various video game genres that will surely pique the interest of its core fan base. BitMap's team of global video game journalists, players, and illustrators have produced numerous award-winning titles that celebrate the software, hardware, and developers that laid down the foundations for the billion-dollar video game industry we all know and love today. International shipping is also available with careful and considerate packaging from BitMap Books. If you don't want to take my word for it, then you can believe the people, almost 10,000 satisfied customers who submitted their glowing written reviews and video reviews after receiving their books from BitMap. By ordering your first BitMap book using our link, you will also be supporting the Timeless Gamers Show in spreading our love of video games and their rich history. Start your own online live streams, webinars, podcasts, online classes, and virtual presentations with Streamyard. By using Streamyard's user-friendly interface, you can also do simultaneous multi-streaming if you have accounts to Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and other platforms. If live streaming is not your style, video and audio recordings are also available, especially with those who have variable and inconsistent internet connections. The finished output will still come out as clear and well articulated exactly as you originally intended. You can also customize the appearance of your presentation, like green screen effects, facial touch-ups to smoothen out those facial blemishes, multiple cameras for multiple guests joining in the discussion, your own wallpaper on the background, adding your own logo as a watermark, sharing videos from your own computer or other website for added visual aids with or without audio, uploading your own background music if you wish to set the mood when talking, and lots more. Before you can enjoy all of the wonderful full features of Streamyard, you can start with a 14-day free trial by using our link. Not only that you are supporting the Timeless Gamer Show, but you can see it for yourself how easy it is using Streamyard.
Hello, Timeless Gamer crew. We're talking JRPGs. I've played over 100 RPGs from the 16-bit era on both the Sega Mega Drive and Super Nintendo, as well as a few other bits and bobs here and there. But out of all those, I would definitely recommend any beginner wanting to get into JRPGs, especially the subgenre that is strategy JRPGs, should be checking out the Shining Force series. The three games we're going to concentrate on here, the Shining Force series, Shining Force 1, 2, and Shining Force CD. We'll go in reverse order of quality. For me, Shining Force CD is the weakest. It's a very straightforward strategy game. There's no exploration or anything else that the Shining Force games are usually known for. And it's a compilation of all the Game Gear games. Not all the Game Gear games, all the Game Gear Shining Force games, I should say. Not every Game Gear game going. But the game is still very good. It offers a lot of good battles. It's very creative with some of its battles. It takes a while to get going. It's split in several books, and the first part of the first book is a bit slow and boring. The game's way too easy, like ridiculously easy. So even if you're a beginner, put this on its hardest setting because it is frictionless otherwise. The hardest setting feels like a normal difficulty. So, it's definitely... for me, that's why this game is one probably to visit after you've checked out Shining Force 1 and 2 if you want more Shining Force. So we'll move on to Shining Force 1, which is probably the best starting point. The Shining Force 1 has got a lovely art style. It's got a lovely soundtrack to it. Again, it's all really simple stuff. These battles, this type of strategy playing that they've implemented in these games is really straightforward and simplistic. You don't have to think about much. It's move, attack, maybe use your magic. There's not a whole lot more to it. But that's what makes it so easy to pick up and play. It's very accessible. And the first Shining Force game, it's just got a lovely tone to it, and it's got some fantastic battles. It's got some cracking battles. It's got my favourite battle out of the entire series, out of pretty much any strategy RPG actually, which is the laser eye battle. The laser eye battle, it will always stick with me as just a really great, clever, creative battle that I still love playing. It's just great. But the game's full of that, and what makes the entire what makes Shining Force 1 and 2 so fantastic is they both contain exploratory elements. You're not just stuck to battles, squad management. You get to do some role playing. You get to do some searching around, looking for hidden items. Most importantly, hidden characters. Both all these Shining Force games are a chocker full of hidden characters. That's one of the main draws of it. So that adds a lot of replayability to these games because you can play it. You play through your first playthrough, and if you miss characters, going back and discovering them, it adds an old dynamic to your squad. And that is, again, your Shining Force 1 and 2, and all these games, they're so replayable. They're ridiculously replayable because every time you play, you can experiment with different squad combinations, and people get the favourites. You play these games, and there's there are certain characters like Xylo and Peter that stand out as like must-have characters, but there's a lot there that seem a bit crap at first, and when you start leveling them up and powering them up, they're fantastic. So you just through that alone, you get lots of replayability. And Shining Force 1's probably its biggest fault is that it's quite a slow paced game. There's a lot of slow terrain, and it takes you some time to get into battle. So that for me does drag it down. Not anywhere near enough to not recommend playing it. It's still a great game regards that. It's kind of like in that 8 out of 10, maybe 7 out of 10 if pacing is a big thing for you. But it's still a good game worth playing, and I'll definitely play it first before 2 because it sets things up nice. And even though they're not direct sequels as such, it adds a lovely flavour to playing 2. There's a lot of little things that happen in 1 that if when you get them called back to number 2, it's just very nice. But Shining Force 2 is the dog's bollocks. It really is the Mac Daddy. It takes what 1 does, and it takes everything to another level. It is a supreme strategy RPG and supreme JRPG. It's faster paced for starters. It addresses all the faults of the first one. Any minor faults like that you might have, like with the user interface or anything like that, which there aren't many in the first, to be fair. But it still takes all that and improves it. It's really snappy. It's really clever. The battles have somehow got better. You know what I mean? You've got these wicked, epic battles. It's a bigger game. Again, there's more characters to find. There's more dynamics, and you've got multiple difficulties as well, which is just I just find that amazing. The amount of times I went back to this as a kid to replay it with different squads and different difficulties, because one actual cock up that they did with Shining Force 2 is that they implemented two difficulties. One's called Super, one's called Ouch. And the Super difficulty makes the enemy a lot more powerful. But the Ouch difficulty gives the enemy better AI. So you've not just got hard and harder difficulties. You've actually got 2 different styles of hardness to go and revisit, which is again just adds more to it. And if that ain't enough, all right, you can enter a cheat where you can play your mate on it. You know what I mean? You can do a two player strategy RPG. What kind of magic and wickedness is this? What kind of sorcery is this? That is what it just makes. Shining Force 2 is just a supreme game. It's a top tier, absolutely fantastic game that everybody should be indulging in. But I would say check out Shining Force 1 first before you get into it, because it's worth playing, and it sets it up lovely as well. And then if you're enjoying them too, definitely check out Shining Force CD. CD is nowhere near up to the standard of the first 2 games, but it's still a good game that offers you enough. It doesn't feel like a cash in. It doesn't feel like it's lazy. It's just not as well refined and pieced together. So Shining Force, honestly, if you're a beginner RPG player, or sorry, JRPG player, Shining Force is a must. Shining Force 2, oh man, I'm just thinking about it now. My balls are exploding with happiness. It's so good. Oh, keep it timeless. Hello, timeless gamer crew. We're going to do my second pick now. And it is the Lunar games, okay, for the Sega CD. Now, these are on PlayStation, but I don't really, I've not really played them that much to compare with the PlayStation versions. And we're talking 16-bit RPGs, aren't we, or JRPGs? So, this is where they come in. Now, the Lunar games are both very similar, okay? You've not got that much difference between them in terms of the mechanics and in terms of what they offer in terms of the setup. They're both very cliched JRPGs. Friends get together to team up to save the world, that type of stuff. Combat-wise, it's typical turn-based JRPG stuff. But it does add a nice bit of spice, because rather than your players staying static, your players move around the combat arena. And it just means you've got to think that a little bit more. It's not. You don't add a load of depth, but it adds a bit of depth, and it makes for a nice change from your typical Final Fantasies, where positioning is a very minimal thing. Positioning counts. So if you position wrong and you send one guy attacking to one side of the screen too much, and he's got to get back to the other side, it can leave you without an attack or two, which could be the difference of surviving or dying. So that is a good thing. I mean, and they're both quite. I wouldn't say that they're definitely not hard games, but they do have a bit of a bite to them to make you think, which I think is a good thing gameplay wise. But story wise, it is pretty cliched stuff. You're not going to get anything revolutionary in terms of the actual story itself. What you're going to get, which if you got half a sense of humour, which is going to make these probably some of your favourite RPGs ever, to be fair, because they have me. What you get is the superb working designs translations. Okay, now what working designs have done here, okay, is they've basically took the piss. Okay, the working designs team have thought, I'm not really, I'm probably sick of writing or rewriting. Hey up, I'm from a little village. I'm a little kid. I'm gonna do these tasks, collect these crystals, whatever, kill these dragons, whatever, save these dragons in this case, and then I'm gonna go and fight God. And whoop-de-doo, we've been there, we know it, it's cliched, you can get sick on it. Working designs have thought, bugger that, we're going to take the piss, we're going to put loads of pop culture references in there. Pretty much every other dialogue box is going to be some form of daft humour. I mean, some of the stuff they got in here is fantastic. You've got a jailer who sings "Welcome to the Jungle" to you, but he uses it as an introduction to the dungeon that he's guarding. So he's basically singing "Welcome to the dungeon, we've got fun and chains," that type of stuff. He don't actually sing it; it's all in written text, but it works nonetheless. And that type of humour is rife throughout. You know what I mean? You've got a gypsy fortune teller who's got a sponsor from Miami Vice. She told a Miami Vice actor's fortune, and so now he sponsors her. It's that type of stuff that it so makes this game so rich, or these games, sorry, it makes them so rich. They're just you want to talk to every single character in the game. You've got no idea what they're going to come out with. You know what I mean? They're constantly mocking people. They're constantly, this is a game where if you give a bum or a tramp some money, he laughs at you and buggers off. You don't get anything good for it. He says, you're an idiot, I've called you, and buggers off. It's brilliant. It really is. It makes it such a refreshing, grounding experience. Like I say, because I've played so many through so many RPGs of this era, it really stood out to me just how many, especially on the Super Nintendo, were just a formulaic recycle of friends, find crystals, kill God. And after so many, it gets so sick. And Luna still followed that formula, but just broke the fucking rules with it. You know what I mean? They just made it so good. And it's got some wicked presentation. It's CD presentation, but so here you've actually got some voice acting, which is pretty rare for this era. But its characters are great as well. It's one of I think Sir Joe's played a few of these RPGs now, and one of the reasons I love Phantasy Star 4 so much is because there's a lot of depth for this era to its characters. Most of these, like I say, Lufia games and a lot, there's kind of skimp on your characters, but Luna don't. Especially Luna 2. Luna 2 really ramps up that the depth of the characters as well. So you've got a lot to enjoy here. But these to me are the best written JRPGs of the era. Definitely, you just don't get better than this working designs translations. You've got to have a sense of humour to appreciate it. It is a bit of a Marmite thing. I do know sad, pathetic weebs who sit in a corner crying, saying, "Oh God, no! I can't get immersed in the action," and all that shit. It's bollocks. If you've got a sense of humor and you're not funny, you'll have a laugh at this. So, Luna games, honestly, they're so standout and so special for this era, just simply because of this writing and the foundation. What that's all built on is good anyway. You've got good combat, decent exploration. The first game does suffer a bit exploratory wise. Oh, got my teeth out again there. It's got a few towers in that are just boring to cycle up, but generally your foundation is at minimal, it's serviceable, but it is good at times as well. So it would still be a goodish JRPG without the writing, but with that writing, it's brilliant. With the writing, you should love it. So check those out because they will keep you going. Because they are timeless.
All right, thank you for Sir Dan, and those were his games. Shining Force and Lunar, both games came out originally. So, Lunar from the Sega CD, and of course, Shining Force CD and Shining Force 1 and 2 from the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. So, gentlemen, your opinion, impression on the games that were mentioned. Let's start with Sir Derek.
You know what? Among those games, those were those two games that he Dan introduced. I'm actually about to play. Lately, I was playing tactics RPGs lately. I'm now more into those type of like separate genre from RPG because some of the like factors or the ingredients from an RPG that I don't like or I hate is like grinding and like roaming around the exploration. Those were like the types of like that I don't like about RPG because that's just me. I don't like grinding. I hate exploration because I'm not good at that. So yeah, I've been loving a lot of tactics RPGs lately. So Shining Force, I would love to try out that soon. Oh, and what does the Lunar? I've been keep on trying to. I'm just looking for a right time because that one I heard that was a like a love story. So I'm trying to place it in February just for the theme itself. But yeah, I'm planning to play those both of those games, especially especially the Shining Force. I really love tactics.
Just on Shining Force, the first Shining Force game for Mega Drive, there was an enhanced port on the Game Boy Advance called Shining Force Resurrection of the Dark Dragon, which actually increases. I know Dan said it's simplicity, and that's what makes it really good. They've actually made the AI a lot more smarter on Shining Force, the Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. There are a few extra features they've added in, so that's definitely worth a go if you want to play Shining Force again with a bit more of a challenge. I think original people who played the first Shining Force on Mega Drive will always prefer the first Shining Force game. But this does offer something new and a new spin on Shining Force, and it's got some great features on it, and it's worth having or playing on the GBA, in my opinion. Because that's how I was introduced to Shining Force, the GBA.
But in the which one is better, or like if you want to start, which one?
In terms of Shining Force, I think if you're going to start and you
to get me hooked in the series,
Shining Force,
want to play.
Shining Force, the first Shining Force on the Mega Drive might be easier because like I can tell that your level of RPG is at a novice level. So I think the best one you can play is the Mega Drive one. Since you come from a SNES background, obviously the Sega RPGs are a lot more complex as you can see. I think that you should play Shining Force, the one that Dan recommended first and foremost. It's available on the Mega Drive.
It's the first one.
Yeah, so Shining Force. There's also Shining in the Darkness, which you could argue is the first one, but that's a dungeon crawler, to be honest. But Shining Force is a strategy RPG. Shining Force and Shining Force 2, they're the best ones. The Sega CD ones were actually the Shining Force games on the Game Gear. Two of them ported into the disc and enhanced in terms of the soundtrack. So that's all Shining Force CDs. They're just the two Game Gear ones put onto the disc on Sega CD. It made it more accessible for the audience. But Shining Force 1, Shining Force 2, they're the ones you want to play. And if you like Shining Force, give Shining Force CD a go as well. And again, if you like the original Shining Force that much, give the Game Boy Advance one a go as well. Definitely really good. I know there was a comment here about someone saying they bought FF Taxis PS1, came out in use. I never got into it. There's so many other strategy RPGs out there. Let's talk about Fire Emblem very briefly. If you want a nice, easy to get into, Fire Emblem is actually.
I got hooked. that's the first tactics I read that I got hooked.
Fire Emblem is very easy to get into. So if you're finding strategy RPGs hard to get into, I'll strongly suggest give Fire Emblem a go. But again, Shining Force is a much more comprehensive experience in terms of gaming, and Sedan is right that they're really good for the time that they came out in. So you have that, and my thoughts on the two Luna games on Sega CD. First time I played them was when I modded my Mega Drive Mini, and I put those two games on there, and I was out. I thought the Silver Star, okay, let's give this a go. Oh my god, this has got such lovely CD presentation. And when I loaded Eternal Blue, I was just shocked at the presentation of how this game started and the fact that the characters were talking. The voice acting was standing. I thought, wow, this is really good voice acting.
The battle is really like noisy. The battle is noisy because everyone are like shouting.
Yeah, so working designs. He mentioned working designs in his chat, which was sadly with the Mega Drive Mini 2. Unless you get the Japanese one, the Luna games weren't given to us sadly because the guy who was in charge of working designs wanted more money for royalties for the translations, and I can understand why. They were actually very well made translations for the two Luna games on Sega CD. However, Shining Force, a very affordable way to actually play them is just buying a Mega Drive Mini 1 and a Mega Drive Mini 2, or Genesis Mini 1, Genesis Mini 2, because all the Shining games are all on theirs. Shining Force is on the Mega Drive Mini 1, and Shining Force 2, Shining Force, Shining in the Darkness, and Shining Force CD are on the Mega Drive Mini 2. So you can just buy the two mini consoles, and they're all there. It's an affordable way of doing it rather than paying for the games and they're so expensive. But they're a very good strategy RPG game series that Sega made, and the team, which we know the Sonic Software or Sonic Planning, they wanted to create Golden Sun on the Game Boy Advance. So they belonged to, they became the second part of Nintendo shortly after, but there were some very good games that they created for the Sega Mega Drive, and they're great RPGs, and that you'll enjoy. And obviously the Luna games, obviously they've had PS1 ports, and they probably have maybe a better resolution. I don't know what was changed when they ported Luna Silver Star and Luna Eternal Blue from Sega CD to PS1. But yeah, you could just pick up whatever version of those games because they're very, very, very good RPGs for what they are, and the dialogue will make you laugh. There you go. That's my thoughts on those two that Dan mentioned.
All right, thank you for that, Sir Viraj. How about Sir JDM? Your first impressions of Shining Force and the Lunar games based on the presentation of Sir Dan.
Shining Force. I like Shining Force. I recently, no, I started playing the first game back in 2022, and it's a tactical RPG, so I like it. I believe I started with tactical RPGs than the traditional JRPGs. Before I got introduced to JRPG. So I like the it's more strategic, and like what Derek said earlier, not much exploration, just the battle,
Just the battle
the
map.
battle mechanic. Yeah. And as for Lunar, I've heard a lot of things about that game, and I also remember the um voiceovers, and I think that's when the RPG became really famous because of the CD media that we have in the Sega CD and the PS1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and because new gamers back then, they really hate reading. Reading,
Yeah.
Exactly.
especially in
Yeah.
RPG games. They just want to listen
Enjoy it.
to the dialogue
Oh, there you go.
instead of reading them. But
Definitely.
yeah,
But of course you can't do that all the time.
yeah,
Uh, the CDs aren't meant to be that big anyway. So of course, they can only do so much. How about Sir Drew? Sir Drew, you're aware of Fire Emblem, so how does this compare? Shining Force and then the Lunar games.
Well, as for the Lunar games, I would have to say that it is a very, very traditional JRPG,
Traditional.
very anime-esque experience, especially with the love story angle. And I think most people who have played this, I do not really remember this as vividly as I did when I played these games, but I do remember that I enjoyed this game. Same with Lupia too. I remembered I played that game, but I cannot really vividly remember certain things and aspects with it. But I do know that it is a love story and it has a love story angle, and I'm not sure why I don't vividly remember these games. Maybe, but I do know that these are very traditional and very enjoyable RPGs. Maybe when I played this, I was not that into JR. I'm not that into the Lunar game just because I played Final Fantasy 7 before this one. Maybe it kind of turned me off the visual presentation of the game. Maybe I could get back into it, but I'm sure I could not afford this because this is one of those games that that are really really expensive as of the moment. Maybe if I could just play it on a legacy system or something. Anyway, as for Shining Force, now this is the thing about Shining Force. I played the PlayStation 1 SRPGs. I played the other SRPGs on other consoles. Sadly, I as I have said before, time and time again, I haven't opened up my Sega collection CD, so I just could not find the right time to play this. And as I have said before, I am interested in it since it's an SRPG, but the problem is for me, I have such a huge amount of backlogs, especially when it comes to SRPGs. I have Crosstails on the, I have Crosstails. I have the other Super Robot Wars, and there's such a huge selection of strategy RPGs available to us, not only by the mainstream but also by the indies. There
Indie
are
and
certain games like Other Side on the
triangle
SRPG.
strategy.
Yeah.
The
I love strategy RPG. It's the first kind of JRPG that I got exposed to. I really really love them. But um the last one that I finished I think is Fire Emblem Engage. As far as SRPG goes, I haven't even done the intro voice for Persona 5 Tactica yet. But I kind of miss those, but recently, I've been playing so many long games. I finished Final Fantasy 16 earlier this year. Then I followed it up with Infinite Infinite Wealth and finish it playing Elden Ring right now. So that's the problem right now, and it's such a. I think this is also one of the reasons why we love watching other gamers stream these games like Sir Derek does, because we on our free time when we don't want to play games, when we just want to see these types of games that we do enjoy and love, somebody's playing them, somebody's enjoying them, we are vicariously playing it through the people who are streaming these games. But I know it's a different experience for us to be able to play these games, but I do would want, maybe when I do retire, I win the lottery or something, I get to play Shining Force and I get to re-experience Lunar. Maybe I would love it more now.
You
And I mean,
probably would.
it's really cool presentations for these games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I think even with me with Luna, because I did it as an experiment to see if I can get the Sega CD games to work on my Mega Drive Meeting Home when I modded it, and I could, and I was really pleased with that. I'd like to add. But when I first played these games, I thought, oh my god, this is premium. This is outstanding for 1993. I mean, Sega really pulled it out of the hat with the CD add-on, and they were really pushing to say this is our premium add-on, our premium system. And with regret, okay, the Sega CD didn't take off as well as it could have done because you had to be rich to buy one of these things. I mean, £300 sterling back in 1993 was a lot of money just to buy that add-on for the Mega Drive as it was. But this game really was an outstanding game with an outstanding soundtrack. One thing I liked about Luna was the music in both those games because it sounded so wonderful. And again, like I said, when I first started hearing voices when I was watching Luna Eternal, playing in Luna Eternal Blue, I thought, wow, this game is premium. Like you can really get immersed into this story. Like you said, who wants to read games? I think somebody said kids were caffeinated, in America. They're not going to want to read things. Who cares about? Who wants to read an RPG? It's a pain in the ass to get into. But when you got some really good voice actors, and this is another thing I like about Working Designs, the voice acting in their game is phenomenal. And they did also another sort of action adventure RPG called Potful Mail, and that again had voice acting as well. But going back to JRPG, strictly speaking, the voice acting talent that they used for the English voice acting was really well done in the Lunar Eternal Blue, which is the second Lunar game, which is something that I think is a wonderful game that I think if you get the opportunity to play it, not just on Sega CD, because I think that copy goes for $1 million now, or something, no, not million, but it goes for a lot of money now. I think the PlayStation port is there. I think there's also a Sega Saturn port, but obviously there's emulation and other ways of doing it like I have. Play it however you can, that's what I will say. There's also Lunar Legend, which is a remake of the Lunar game on Sega CD on the Game Boy Advance. So that's another great game and another spin on a great game that you could definitely, that I'd recommend everyone check out when they can, because we have, I know I don't like promoting emulation where possible, but let's be honest, these games have been done. Whoever made these games have made the money on them. They haven't had re-releases. If there was an official re-release, I'll point in that direction, but if not, emulation is another form. I'm just saying, I'm not promoting, I'm just saying it's an option if you want to do that. But anyway. Yes.
All right.
Games. Good picks to Dan. Good picks.
Good picks from Sir Dan. Another excuse for the Filipinos out there. Why we haven't really heard about these games. Okay, if Sega's because with the Sega Mega Drive not being that popular back in the Philippines, what more is a Sega CD? Okay. As far as the Lunar games are concerned, the Lunar games were more introduced to us back in the PlayStation era when they were remade or reported for the PlayStation 1.
We never got it. It was an NTSC exclusive. It was an American exclusive. We never even got Lunar on Sega CD in Europe.
At least
We
Saturn,
got Lunar here.
Saturn did at least I seen some.
Saturn did Lunar 1 as well. Lunar 2.
But Sega CD, I haven't heard of that. Maybe only in the
so with the Lunar games, they were introduced to us here with the PlayStation 1, and I mean personally, it hasn't. So it wasn't until just recently that I heard, oh shit, it was a remake. So that there was no original release on a Sega CD, so I had to look for that one, and even if I can afford to buy a Sega CD,
you can.
Can I even afford to get a physical copy of Lunar 1
you
and
can.
Lunar 2 for the Sega CD, right?
You can, but your
Of
wife will
course.
kill you.
Well, yeah, you can, but you would have to.
Hypothetically. But still, with to me, well, as far as the Shining Force games is concerned, if Phantasy Star 4 is Sega, Fire Emblem is to Nintendo. I mean, Chrono Trigger is to Nintendo. Shining Force is to Sega. Fire Emblem is to Nintendo.
No, yes, correct.
That makes sense.
Yes.
So, both consoles have their own answer to each other.
What
As
I
a
will say
complement to it.
very quickly, what I want to say with Fire Emblem, because it was only Japanese exclusive at that point, it didn't come to the West until Game Boy Advance with the first Fire Emblem that we got. The Fire Emblem games with the English translation patches at the time are more primitive than the Shining Force games on the Mega Drive. I just want to put it out there. So those of you who have played the Game Boy Advance game and want to play the SNES Fire Emblems or the NES ones, you'll find they're much more primitive in terms of the gameplay aspect of it than the Shining Force games on the Mega Drive. They're much more in depth with the Shining Force in terms of gameplay and what they put into it. They put a lot more into it than Nintendo with Fire Emblem. Now, Fire Emblem has gone off to be much more complex in the newer realm, and there is a really great.
That being said, Sir Viraj,
primitive.
I don't understand why Final Fantasy Tactics gets the adulation here.
I don't.
With
I never
Shining
did.
Force and Fire Emblem, why Tactics is so highly regarded? I
I
mean,
see why. Like back in the
It's a good
early
game.
2000s, this is like
It's a
you answered
back
him, not me.
so when Final Fantasy Tactics Advance came out, I actually put the ROM on the internet on my website before Nintendo wrote me this lovely email saying this is piracy, you got to take it down. And so I'm glad I got to keep my backside because Nintendo I'd just rip it, suing people for millions over what I was doing back in the early 2000s. But that game, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, was the most popular downloaded game of Game Boy Advance I had on my ROM site.
He's
And
talking about Advanced Go shit on that one.
Love it. People love it, and whenever I resell video games, I've sold. I think I've sold it twice now. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I've sold it twice now. I bought it and rebought it because people love that game.
I thought you were talking about this ones. This ones I'm gonna defend with my life. If you're gonna talk about the advanced games, go ahead, shit on those games.
But people like these games. I could never get into Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I didn't play the one on the PlayStation. But I'm talking about the advanced version. But people love it. People love that Final Fantasy brand. That name really sells it. I'll give you another example. Like there's a game called Final Fantasy Adventure for the Game Boy. It's actually a Mana game. It's the prequel to Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy Adventure. It was called Mystic Quest on the Game Boy here in the UK. And I could never sell the UK version. But because it said Final Fantasy Adventure, I sold that version. That was the American one that we never even got. It wasn't even our version. Because there's Final Fantasy on it, people just wet their pants for the Final Fantasy brand. They buy it. They think, I've never had this Final Fantasy game. I've got to have it. This is a new one. And I'm thinking, well, no.
So I'm saying, Garage, if there's no if the Final Fantasy brand is not there, not in the title, then that means Sir Drew will not be enjoying it as much.
I think that. Well, I
Not
think
all
that.
Final Fantasy games are good.
Yeah, I think of
Not
that.
all Final Fantasy
They were
games
good
are
games.
good.
They were good games. I'm just saying that the branding is so powerful, so synonymous with RPG. Final Fantasy is the brand for RPG. Last November, when I went to the gaming market, I had all the Final Fantasy games on my table, 1 to 8, and they went. They went, and my dad was shocked because, right, dude, that's a good call you pulled on getting the Final Fantasy games because people love it in the UK, but in London they love Final Fantasy. They go crazy for it. There's that warm, comfortable feeling of it, and whilst it's not the challenging and most advanced RPG in the world, it's the safe zone. It's middle of the road. We can enjoy this game. It's a fun game.
Well,
I think most people win. They know it's a Final Fantasy game. I want to give this one a go, and that's why they'll play it. And that's why I'll always sell and make money on Final Fantasy. Sadly, I don't really with the other. With Shining Force, all of them sitting on my table. Sadly, no one's bought them. Sadly, they're not doing well. You know, Final Fantasy is the RPG that I sell in terms of sellability. It's just one of those things in terms of JRPG. It is the JRPG series. Sadly, there are, like we mentioned some. Me and Dan have mentioned some really good stuff on the Sega side of things, but they're not things that people want to buy because unless it's an enthusiast like yourself, Sir Joe, who's played the Final Fantasies already, the go-to series for people who haven't really gone into RPGs is Final Fantasy, and that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. You know,
here's the thing, Viraj. Final Fantasy right now with 16 is not. It's even really hard for me to even sell it as a JRPG because Elden Ring is more JRPG than Final Fantasy 16. Yakuza Like a Dragon is more JRPG than Final Fantasy 16. Dragon Quest is more of a JRPG franchise than the Final Fantasy franchise. Final Fantasy is not a JRPG franchise anymore. It's more
not
of
anymore.
Action. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
And
They're finished. I mean, well, I wouldn't say Square finished, but they're struggling and they've made losses because they've broken their traditions. You know, and that's why you should stay to your traditions. Square. That's what's happened, and they deserve it. That's why people like Sega are winning with Persona and this Yakuza game. And I've got quite right.
Just look at the current what are people more excited for from JRPG perspective released right now? Metaphor.
Atlas.
We're
Atlas
more excited for
and
Metaphor.
Atlas and Falcom.
and Falcom and Atlas,
Oh,
and
yeah.
these are the only and Sega. Sega's doing really good right now with the Yakuza series. Even though it has microtransactions with infinite wealth, it still is an awesome experience. Really enjoyed it, even without the DLC. And
Mm.
but I still bought the damn DLC. God damn it. Anyway, Final Fantasy 16, I could not really justify it as a full on JRPG because look at what they did. You do have some party members when you're playing it, but you have no control over their AI. You can't even do something like a gambit system, like the Final Fantasy 12, where
That's
you
kind
could have any sort of control over the people in your party, and even your companion, your fur kid. You could only make him go sick. It's so simple. So there's not even an elemental affinity to the. It's just a spectacle. It's not even part of the battle system. Anyway, I'm gonna. This would drag on if we're gonna continue letting me shit
Well,
on Final Fantasy 16. But
well, let's continue shitting on Final Fantasy anyway. So JDM, you're up. What's your game?
Okay, so as for me, it's going to be Final Fantasy 4. I believe Sir Derek already played this
Yes.
game. He
Just
is currently
recently.
playing this game.
No. I just recently. I just beat the game recently, and I
Yes,
enjoyed
congrats.
it. So take it away.
Yes.
Final Fantasy 2, you mean? Final Fantasy 2 in the
Yeah,
West.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 4 for
For the
the Japan version, then Final Fantasy 2 in the US because they didn't have localized versions of Final Fantasy 2 and 3.
If we're talking 16-bit RPG, so we're talking
Yes.
Super Nintendo version. We're talking Super Nintendo Final Fantasy 2 for us. But
Yeah.
please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So for naming convention, it's going to be Final Fantasy 2 because I have the
Final Fantasy
translated
2.
version just to be safe. Because I discovered this game when I was playing with my PS1. I bought this bootleg game called Final Fan. It was advert in the cover. The cover is Final Fantasy 7, like black and white um cover of Final Fantasy 7. But when I put it on the PS1 in the disc tray, I turned on the PS1 and I saw this game. It's Final Fantasy 4
Mm.
because it's part of, is it the Chronicles or the anthology where it's
Yes.
got,
Chronicles. Along
I
with
think it's
Chrono Trigger.
I think it's
yeah,
anthology.
It
yeah,
could be
with
a follow.
Chrono Trigger, right?
Along with Chrono Trigger.
And but this is the version that I played is the Japanese version. So I didn't know what I was playing. I didn't know any Japanese characters, how to read them, but eventually I played it. Into I started from the Castle of Baron, then I got into the Town of Mist. Then all of a sudden, there's a plot twist when your one of the former party members, Kane, he became suddenly became your enemy, was your best friend in the whole world. And then eventually, I got into the furthest part where I got in that Japanese version of Final Fantasy 4 is, I think it was in the giant, in the lunar subterranean, giant of Babel, was it uh, the
Tower.
one with the, not the
Tower of
tower,
Babel.
because the tower is back in the underworld.
Yes.
The giant of Babel is the one with the CPU, or the central processing
Oh
unit.
yes. Inside that one.
There's
Okay.
an attack node. I didn't even know. I didn't realize that I got almost like three-fourths of the game because it's in Japanese. You know how if you're a huge fan of video games, you have a hunch, like a gut feeling, where you just uh, go to the certain place, especially if you're playing JRPGs. It's like that. So story. I think this is one of the my first instances of RPGs where characters die, or
Yes.
so I thought. Um, I remember um, what's his that kung fu master.
Young.
I forgot his name.
Young.
Yang.
Young.
He sacrificed his life to save Cecile and the other party members. I also um, I also remember the twins casting the petrify spell just to save them and allowing them to escape the castle from uh, being compacted. And
Ah, yeah.
then
I actually love that scene. It's a
yeah,
throwback to Star
Star
Wars
Wars,
One. Yeah,
like
you
in
remember the
the
scene in which they're trapped in the what's
yeah
that?
in the garbage
The
chute.
garbage bin. Uh,
Yes,
yeah, they emulate those.
it's like a
The
throwback.
part.
And
It's on the
then
top.
um, I think this is the first time that I played a JRPG that's really toying with your emotions. A lot of like a heartbreak because people are dying. I'm not really used to seeing video games like that before. And then the story is quite sad, but there are also lighthearted parts where they make fun of each other, and that's what I like about this game. And even though I played the Japanese version, I still felt the emotion because of the animation. It's not just let's say, for example, let's go back to Earthbound. There's not much animation when they do things here. When they push someone, there's like animation when they pushing something, or when they press something, or when they hit another character when they're talking. So there's some form of animation to convey what they're speaking, even if I was playing the Japanese version. Then eventually I discovered there are fan translations. Then that's when I got into most of the story. So that is Final Fantasy, your classic JRPG. And I think this is one of the first few JRPGs that use the active time battle when you
Yes, it
there's a
introduced.
like a bar of time.
It
There's a
doesn't
bar.
show. It doesn't show,
Yeah,
but you
yeah.
just have
At least
to.
in the 16-bit version,
Oh, okay, okay.
because of the limitation. But when they released the PS1 port, that's the time that they placed the bar in the menu. So you will be able to visually know when you're going to be able to attack or use magic. So that's Final Fantasy 2
Final Fantasy 4.
or Final
All
Fantasy
right.
4
Thank you.
for
All right.
or the Japan
Thank you
release.
for that, your JDM. Final Fantasy 4 or 2, depending on where you are. Um, how about Sir Derek? Sir Derek, I saw you're currently playing this.
I already.
Any
Yeah,
thoughts about the game?
yeah. I really, really enjoyed this one. Actually, in the chat, Adam requested for this game. Been requested and I granted it just this month. But yeah, it's a really really nice experience. And if I were to compare like it to the, because I chose Final Fantasy 6 as my like my best of all the series.
Hmm.
At least in typical in the turn based, because I still love Final Fantasy Tactics. Are we Drew? Final that's like my best Final Fantasy. But yeah, I could easily say this is like my second best, like just below Final Fantasy 6. Because I really love although it's the story here is just simple, because some of us like me, I enjoy the more straightforward for the story. That's why I love Chrono Trigger because it's so straightforward. I really hate Final Fantasy 8 because it's so complex. They're like they're making the kids like they're
What?
expecting the kids to be they're expecting the kids to be like detective or somewhat. But for me, yeah, I prefer the much
In the
hard,
I
much
think
simpler games.
Sir Derek played the Alden Richards version of Final Fantasy VIII.
No,
That's
I
why.
hate that one because it's so complex. The story is so complex. Yeah, I love the no, because it's straightforward. You know where the story is going. Then yeah,
All
it
right.
introduces it introduces the ATB system, which I really love because it it adds the intensity or you're really into the game itself. You're the urgency,
You didn't
the
like
thrill.
the card game, Sir Derek?
This is a 16-bit RPG here. While we're talking about PlayStation
You
games,
didn't like Triads?
let's get back to topic here. I think look, I mean from a reseller's point of view. Okay, now this game has made
Oh
me
yeah,
good money. Okay, it makes me a lot of money because I've sold. It's called Final Fantasy 4 on the Game Boy Advance.
oh
I sold.
it's a lot. Okay, yeah, nice.
Yeah, so and when I have the gaming market and I go, Final Fantasy 4 I sold for 70. I sold 2 copies of that. So as soon as I put one on the table, one went straight away, and then it's the only game that I've like literally sold twice within the space of an hour because people wanted Final Fantasy 4. Maybe it's because they couldn't afford Final Fantasy 6 on the Game Boy Advance because it was £150, or maybe it's because they didn't want to pay £100 for Final Fantasy 5. But again, affordability allowed them to buy Final Fantasy 4 for the Game Boy Advance, and people wanted to play it. So Final Fantasy 4, and also I just want to say very quickly, the way to play this game is playing the GBA version now, because that's actually one of the better versions of Final Fantasy 2 on the SNES. Obviously, you got the PlayStation version. The GBA version is probably the most easiest one that's accessible
Yeah.
for people to emulate and play.
But
You got the memory as well. But yeah, Final Fantasy 4, very good game, very well engineered game. But you look next to
Money well
6,
spent.
I think 6 is probably, like yourself, Derek. I think 6 is the best in the series on the 16-bit platform. I would say out Final Fantasy.
but
But anyway, go back to you. Go.
oh no, I'm just about to say that if you really want challenge, the thing is what I like about Final Fantasy 4 is that I think it's more challenging than 6. Why? 6 has like the most OP characters, or they give you they put you like a lot of choices of the characters. But here in the Final Fantasy 4, they just give the I don't know. I haven't played the GBA because I heard in GBA version you could swap characters, right? Am I right?
Hmm.
In this because I played the original, the Japanese version, because there's a there's a fan translation. The one I played is the Japanese version with fan translated.
Okay.
So they had they did their best. It's out there. It's the best translated version, because if you play the Final Fantasy 2 on Super Nintendo, that's garbage. I mean, at least the translation, But and
There's a
because
part in the GBA version, I've just read it up. There's a part of the game where you can switch characters. I don't want to spoil
there you
it.
go.
There's a point-
In the original you can't. So
Okay.
whatever they gave to you, you just have to.
It made sense why they did that, because they want to keep the game relevant. To,
And also, they're in the West. The Japanese people are well, like they're like thinking the Westerners are like that bad in games, so they make it easier. They make the game easier in the Western releases, I think. So if you want to play and you want to really feel the challenge, you play the Japanese. It's way harder than Final Fantasy 6 or there you go.
All right. Sir Drew, do you have a game for us?
Actually, no, surprisingly. But how do I say this?
Or your opinions about Final Fantasy 4 then, or Final
Yeah,
Fantasy
well,
2?
I played. Here's the thing. I played most of these JRPGs in ports. So, for example, Sir JDM's game Final Fantasy 4, I actually played this. I played this in the Nintendo DS version. Same with the Final Fantasy 3. And I played the Final Fantasy 1 and 2 with the Game Boy Advance
Yeah.
version. I think I think it was a pirated copy. I'm not sure because both Final Fantasy 1 and 2 were in that GBA cartridge, so maybe it was a hack or something, but
No, it's an
uh
official release that Square did. It's called Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of
it's
Souls.
actually a release. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I owned it.
there
I bought
might be a possibility that that was a legit game. So
it.
I'm not sure.
I
Anyway,
promise you,
for
legit game.
I loved the Final Fantasy 4 setting. I played it on the Nintendo DS, and I haven't played the original versions, but the added art direction for me for Final Fantasy 3 and 4 on the Nintendo DS made it much more digestible if you have been exposed to newer JRPGs than the previous ones. And I feel and I would highly recommend for you guys to try it out if you haven't played the or you have played more recent releases of JRPGs, and it's gonna be much more digestible since it's it's not that it's has a very amazing graphics, but for the Nintendo DS, they really pulled it off. I really love Cecil on Final Fantasy 4 because at first he was a Dark Knight, then he turned into this Paladin. I just like those sort of story angles, even if he started
Redemption.
yeah, when he transformed, but I still think that his Dark Knight is I love
I
his
agree.
Dark Knight outfit
Actually,
more.
I like him more dark than the
Yeah,
the
it's
paladin.
much more
Oh,
cooler. It's much
oh
more
yeah, it's much
cooler.
cooler. But yeah,
No,
they made him like tankier. In fact,
yeah,
he's like the weakest character in your team. He's so he
yeah,
only
yeah.
what he did is only tank.
And
He only
he was
yeah,
downgraded from an
yeah. That's
primary
what I
attacker into
feel.
a
That was I
supporting
feel. So
character. So
I
that's one thing that I didn't like
yeah,
somewhat
I agree.
during the Final Fantasy 4. Anyway, for games that has 16-bit feels for it, I think I played most of my 16-bit feel games in the starting the Game Boy Advance and in the Nintendo DS. Like we got the Luminous Arc series. I There's also Yu Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament on the Game Boy Advance. I could actually go on and list, but we are so over time right now with the show. So I would just like
Okay.
to react and give the floor to Sir Joe. I think my reactions are more than enough for the for
All
the,
right.
the yeah. Anyway, Sir Joe, take it away.
Okay. So I'll do my game. I'll do my game next, and then we'll go to Sir Viraj, and then we'll do Sir Derek's second game last.
No,
All
no,
right.
I find actually I was
Oh,
about to like to
right.
discuss Mario RPG, but everyone
Yeah.
knows that. Everyone knows that, so I don't mind. And it
Right.
was released just recently, so
I mean, it's
I
another
am
lovely.
fine.
I mean, that's
So
another lovely children's game.
and it's also and it's a household game. It's a and it's for kids.
Another
I
lovely.
actually love
I'm sorry.
children's
I
JRPGs,
picked
and
that
I love Super
just
Mario RPG
but
because
yeah.
it's very
Spoilers. It's
evident
Super
that
Mario RPG.
It's a
it's very
household.
evident that I'm still a baby
So
since baby hair
everyone
and all
knows
that
that.
jazz.
All
Because
right.
I actually picked the most enjoyable, the most fun to play with.
Most
I'm
enjoyable. You hear that, Sir Viraj?
most
Most enjoyable.
oh, there you
Not
go.
most
The
mature,
fun. I went for the fun
the
stuff.
fan favorites.
The fun. The fun
Let's move on,
FUN.
shall we?
There you go.
There you go.
Not to challenge yourself, but to you want to
All
relax or
right.
to amaze. That a street sign is
Um,
fighting me. Attacking see ano. So that's why I picked those games, and that's
No,
it.
well,
Yeah.
listen,
Go
you
on
all
ahead,
right.
Sergio.
Let's go with it. So another RPG that Sir Dan and Sir Viraj recommended to me. Lufia, the second. To be more specific. So let me just share
yeah,
this. So yep, so that's Lufia
you're
right
sure.
there. I'm showing you the
Right.
gameplay. So
So
what is it about Lufia? Oh, hang on. Sir JDM's back. So with Lufia, what else to tell? Oh, there you go. What else to tell you guys about Lufia? So this is a game, role playing game with puzzles. A lot of puzzles. God damn it! A lot of puzzle elements developed by Neverland, published by Taito back in '95, North America and in Europe in '96, I believe, by the developers Natsume. Oh, so Taito published it, and then Natsume was the company who developed it, and it falls into that trope of early JRPGs where an unsuspecting group of teenagers were somehow destined to shoulder the fate of the world by engaging in an adventure facing the so-called threat where the so-called adults are incapable of doing. I don't know why they keep relying on these kids. In all of the RPGs out there, it's always the kids, always the teenagers. But hey, so Lufia 2, The Rise of Sinistrals. That's the sub connotation of it on this game. So it starts you off with this young lad named Maxim, who is regarded as the strongest swordsman of his hometown. And despite of his age, no one could explain, not even him, why he is so good with the sword. And then one day, when he was tasked to explore a cave filled with monsters, he met a strange girl telling him that he has the power to battle a grave danger that will soon befall their world. All right. And so, what is the most sensible thing for a guy to do in this case? Drop everything, lose everything, decide to go out of town, go on adventure, self-discovery. Why he is this good with the sword, and what the woman just told me. Am I really the chosen one to ward off this threat? That's basic, typical fantastical plot for any JRPG out there. Gameplay wise, you can control up to 4 people in your active party, plus a creature called like a capsule monster that acts as your fifth member to fight enemies. So you explore the world map, random encounters out there. In the dungeons, the monsters are visible. HP, MP, you get EXP, get money. Fight the enemies in a third-person view, as you can see in your in the screen, in the footage. You can choose to do a melee attack, or magic, use items, and weapon skills. I'll talk more about those weapon skills. And the weapon skills, we'll talk about that. Very rare that a RPG utilizes the weapons that are endowed with active combat skills or magic. And anyone in the party can use this special equipment regardless of MP amount or magic power. And I'm not even talking about weapons here. It can be armor, it can be accessories, it could be a hat, it could be shoes. Um, Not all of these equipment have attached skills or spells into them. Some are just normal equipment that just adds to the stats, but there are a lot of magic items here. I like to call them magic items. Magic items that have attached spells or skills in them. Um, when we say active skills or spells, these are actions that you can activate to deal damage to the enemies, apply status ailments, heal or buff your party, and because and then a lot of times with other JRPGs out there, or other RPGs out there rather, those games just have passive skills. When we say passive skills, those are the conditions that the weapon or equipment applies automatically. Uh, Added stats will give you immunities or resistances or any other combat advantages. It's just there automatically. But using these magic items, the weapon skills or spells, they are not readily available right away under so if you're gonna look at the character during combat, so there's a character's HP, and then the MP meter, and there's also called an IP meter. That's the third meter at the bottom of the status screen. Also known as Ikari points. Ikari. So yeah, if you can see there, so there's HP, MP. Well, it's CM right there on the translation anyway. There you go. It's IP. So that's called Ikari points. So Ikari translated as anger, basically. So the more your character gets hit, the IP meter fills up. And if you have enough points on that IP meter, then you can use whatever available skill or spell in your equipment. So let's say, for example, if your helmet has increased party's agility, and if you have enough points in your IP meter, then you can activate that. If your sword says increase battle damage by 1.5 times your normal power range, activate that. If you have enough IP points, then go on ahead. If your boots say that it increases your party agility by 2% or 5%, if you have enough points, go use that. So it's very consumable depending on how many points you have in your IP points. So as long as you keep getting hit, of course. But well, of course, you don't want to get hit all the time. All right. So, and there are certain characters here that can use magic who cannot use magic at all. So you need to dress them up with equipment that have skills or spells attached to them, so that you can use those Ikari points, and instead, so rather than them using their MP, or if they cannot use any magic at all, at least they can use their Ikari points to be more efficient, more effective in combat. And another thing to worth mention here are the puzzles. There are a lot of puzzles here just to advance inside certain dungeons. And Lufia 2 has sorts of tools like arrows, grappling hooks, and bombs that can help you to solve these puzzles. Oh, to those who are familiar with Wild Arms 2,
There you
this
go.
game this
Pretty
game
much-
mechanic won't be so surprising to you guys. The monsters are visible in the dungeon, as I mentioned, but they don't move in a certain no, they move in a certain way. They will only move if your character moves. The enemies don't move randomly or in a particular pattern. So if you play the game, you'll get you'll see for yourself what I mean. So you may or may not be able to escape them. That's all I'm saying. Oh, the capsule monsters here. So I mentioned the capsule monsters. So you have another monster there that you'll have. So the capsule monsters that were introduced in this game, they're all scattered all over the world. You fight them, you collect them, you train them in battle, you let them evolve into something more powerful versions of themselves. Basically, Pokemon, yeah. But you can use only one of them. You can only use one as your additional party member. And the thing is, you cannot control what they do. So depending on what the situation is, they will just attack. They will attack. Sometimes they will do nothing. Sometimes they will defend. Sometimes they'll run away. And you have no control over what they do. That's the thing. If there is another complaint that I'll make, the inventory seems rather limited. like maybe a total of 50 slots in your inventory, and there are a lot of useful magical equipment here that you will be forced to lose a few to make room for something new or something better. And that's the thing. And so if you're a hoarder like me, if you're a hoarder like me, who don't I'm the type of guy who really don't like selling my old stuff, who don't really like dropping or losing my equipment, because I am conditioned by JRPGs that you'll get somewhat of a reward if you have all of the items with you. But no, this is not one of those games. So um, if you're going to play this game, money is also very stingy. Money is the game is not really stingy regarding money. It's just that the items sold in shops can be very expensive, so you might do a little bit of grinding. So if you're gonna play this game, I would suggest lose all of the stuff that doesn't have any special skills or magic attached to them. Just sell off the regular ones. Um, there are some consumables here that will increase the stats if you can get them. My philosophy is always try to save all of them. Like for example, it increases your max HP, it increases your max MP, it increases your defense, your attack, your speed. I'm the person who likes to try to hoard all of those, and then right before the final boss, that's the time when I use all of them, depending on who needs the most, who needs additional defense, who needs additional attack, who needs additional speed. So I don't just use them. I just don't use them right off the bat when I get them first time. So yeah, this is Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. Sir Derek, any comments about Lufia?
Oh yeah, I actually have played this like the first 3 hours of it because a viewer of mine requested this one on my page. So the first time I tried this game, really really reminds me of Wild Arms. Just earlier, just what you said earlier. Yeah,
Right.
I played the very first Wild Arms, and I think that one like came after this one. So this is like so this is like another this came first before Wild Arms, right? Am I right? So if this came first, so it's so Wild Arms did a lot of like borrowed a lot of like reference from this game. Because it's really really I know those games are very very similar. This
I would
this
say Wild Arms got its inspiration from this one. Yeah.
yeah, very very I think so. Yeah, so I enjoyed Wild Arms. So if I enjoy Wild Arms, I'll definitely enjoy this one.
Another complaint I will probably make about this game is that the game doesn't well, unless of course we have the manual. The game doesn't really describe what they look like aside from the sprites that we're looking at here. It's not like compared. So if I'm going to compare this with Fantasy Star 4, Serverage, if I'm going to compare this with Fantasy Star 4, at least with Fantasy Star 4, I know what they look like because of the comic book style storytelling of it. With Lufia 2, all I have is just the sprites. So it takes a little bit of imagination on what they look like actually, unless I look at the actual the booklet, the manual booklet, which I don't have obviously. And that's the thing. I mean, and I'm like, if Fantasy Star 4 is able to come up with actual, with actual drawings of their faces or what they really look like, how come the other 16-bit JRPGs are not able to do that as well? And I'm like, Maybe that's why there are certain limitations in Fantasy Star 4, just to accommodate their visual representations and more accurately drawn better rather than just the sprites, if that makes sense. So Viraj, your comments on Lufia too.
Oh, it's a lovely game, very well presented. Sadly, we never got it here in the UK because it was an NTSC or North American exclusive. Another one, you know, strange. It's strange because this one, Mario RPG and Earthbound, we never got here, and Chrono Trigger. We didn't. It's just weird how we never got them. But yeah, we never had this. But the crazy thing is, there was obviously we got the first Lufia game, we got that, but we didn't get this one. This one never had a PAL release, which is odd because this is a superior game. I think it's got excellent presentation. I mean, obviously, it's a game of its time, but I do think in terms of the animation, the sprites, the battle system, and how it works, it's a lot of fun with the limited time I've spent on it and from what I've seen here. But yeah, it's your probably one that it comes under, in my opinion, probably the top 10 SNES RPGs. You know, from what I've like dabbled in that I've played, because obviously there's so many, but you know, I think this is probably the better of the two Lufia games, hands down. And it's definitely one that people should give a go as an obscure SNES RPG. I think a lot of people, you know, I mentioned obviously Mario RPG. You see magazines talk about Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger. If you played those, you should definitely give this a go if you want to play games on the same platform. That's my thoughts on this.
All right, thank you for that, Sir Viraj. Sergey Dim, any first impressions about Lufia the second?
I haven't heard of this game before, but looking at it, it looks like your typical JRPG game. Looking at the sprites, you have those chibi type sprites like in most early JRPG games. And which platform is this again?
Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo.
According to Sir Dan, the booklet for Lufia 2 doesn't have any character artwork as well. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, that's a shame. So it's only up to your imagination then. So another point for Sega then. So point one again for Sega.
Well, funny thing is, Lufia actually. The irony is that Lufia was made by Atlas. Now Atlas now operates under Sega. That's the funny thing. It's a Sega IP now. So there you go.
You know what? I mean, to my knowledge, is there any other Lufia? Was there a Lufia 3? I don't think they released a 3. Did they release a 3?
There's Lufia Runes of Law, and that was on the GBA by Atlas.
So does that count as 3?
I'm guessing that's the third in the series. I'm guessing
right.
Anymore. So yeah.
Too bad it wasn't. Too bad it didn't really got that popular though. I mean, I'm enjoying this. I mean, I'm only. I mean, after I got my fourth party member, I really got the hang of it. So I appreciated the battle mechanics more with a full set of full set of characters actually, because when I first played it for the first 30 minutes, it was really slow because you're all alone and there's hardly anything that you can do about it. I mean, and despite with the magic that you can use, and the skills and the spells that you can use with the equipment, there's hardly any strategy that you can come up with.
So let me clear this up. So there's Lufia Fortress of Doom, which is the first one. Lufia 2 Rise of Sinistral, which is the game that we're talking about now.
Yeah.
Lufia the Legend Returns on 2001. That was a Game Boy Color game. And then there was Lufia the Runes of Law, which is in 2002, and that was like an early release for the GBA, the Game Boy Color. And then many years later, you had Lufia Curse of Sinistral. So that was in 2010 when that game came out. And the format that was on was the Nintendo DS, and that's the end of Lufia as we know it for the moment.
That's the thing. So they didn't really continue they didn't continue the franchise though.
No, it's a shame.
Shame,
And that was an American only. We never even got Lufia Curse of Sinistral.
right?
So there you go.
Yeah. So
And also, what's with these old RPG games? Whenever you play these kinds of games, it's always the enemies who are flashy. Their drawings are, they look intricate. Then you look at your
your party
protagonist
members,
here. The party members, they look like miniaturized.
they look like children,
Yes,
small
and
children.
even if you look at what's that game for the Nintendo Switch, Octopath Traveler, you also have these
Mhm.
bosses who look larger than the
Larger than
protagonist.
life, literally.
They really followed suit with the old school JRPGs. I don't really understand. Then you look at Final Fantasy Star 4, where it's proportional because you can see those enemies are large because when you look at the enemies, they are giant scorpions or sandworms. But the protagonist, when you see them um, get to the enemies and strike them, they look proportional. Unlike here, they look like compressed miniaturized sprites.
It adds more to the fear to the player.
Yeah, maybe.
More intimidation.
Yes.
All right. So we can finish the episode now, or Sir Viraj has one more game for us.
Yeah, I'll try and be quick with this one because we've gone way over the time. So it's a late release for the Sega Mega Drive. Okay. Question is called Pierre Solar and the Great Architects. And
Pierre Solar.
it was created by a company called Watermelon Studios, who are infamous for a video game called Paprium, which is a beat 'em up game. There was a scandal because they took people's money and didn't deliver the game. Anyway, this was celebrating 30 years of the Mega Drive hardware. When it actually says it when you play the game. Now, this is an interesting one because it came with a music CD. So if you had the Mega CD and the cartridge, you could actually play this game with the CD soundtrack. So you got PCM audio, so you have real audio, and it's a beautiful sounding game. One of the things that caught me straight away when I managed to sort of add this game to my mini build with the Sega CD soundtrack was the soundtrack itself. Like, I was like, wow, this is such a wonderful soundtrack. But yeah, it's a game where and like I mentioned earlier about plots and how you need a plot to engage you in the gameplay. You start off as the lead character called Hoston. He's the guy in the green garb leading this party here. And it's quite a dark opening, a sad opening. He's in his house. His mother's there, and his father's coughing away, and he's dying. Okay, that grips you away. There's the emotional pull, isn't it? Your father's dying. He's going to die if he doesn't get any medical help anytime soon. Now, he has a conversation with his mother. Obviously, there's interesting dialogue here, and very well written dialogue, I'd like to say. Saying, okay, you're forbidden to do anything. You stay here. You're not allowed to go to the forest, which is the herb that he needs to cure his father is in the forest. So Hoston is in dire straits. He leaves his house upset, and he crashes into his friend, the sort of elven-looking girl. I think her name's Alina, that's her name. And then she then says, "Oh, I've got to help you." And there's lovely, playful dialogue here, and it's very wholesome, and it aims for the heart when you're playing this game. Like, oh right, she really cares about this guy. And then they go and see his friend Edison, which is the blonde kid, and he's a bit of an inventor. And he goes, "Well, I've got this machine so we won't get lost in the woods, and we'll find whatever it is." And then you get together, you do little tasks before you go into the woods. There's certain things you have to do, like you get tooled up, you buy your weapons, you get tooled up and all that stuff. And eventually you go into the Lost Woods, and that's where the adventure begins, where, with the adventure that becomes, PSO and the Great Architect. So it is very much about friendship. It's a lot more wholesome than I thought it would be. On the back of the box, and this is the interesting one. This is one that you might want to hear, Derek, which is really interesting for you, which is
Okay.
this game was inspired by Chrono Trigger and Phantasy Star 4.
Oh, but
That was the bold claim they put on the back here. So this was made for RPG gamers.
I see. But when I look at it, it's more similar that it looks like similar to Lunar.
Yeah, so it
Kind of, yes. I was going to say.
It takes elements from a number of games, borrows elements, because obviously the year is 2010 when this game came out. So obviously they've had time to look
2010.
Oh, yeah, 2010 this game came out. So it was a Kickstarter
What
project.
What platform again is this
Mega
one?
Drive, Genesis, Sega Mega Drive, Genesis.
So they still release Mega Drive based on 20.
They still do.
Yeah. I forgot.
Yes.
The reason they still make for Mega Drive is because the Motorola X68000 CPU that goes in the Mega Drive was friendly to modern programming languages like C and C++. Now, with the Super Nintendo, the Rico processor, which wasn't friendly to modern programming languages, which is why Sega now gets a lot more homebrew love than Super Nintendo will. So this game was developed for the Sega Mega Drive, and you can obviously get them if you've got a Mega CD. You can put the soundtrack in there and listen to the CD soundtrack. If not, you've got the FM soundtrack, which is just as good.
Yeah.
But you have a very over-engineered RPG here, which isn't on a lot of people's radar because it was an expensive Kickstarter anyway, and the game is expensive if you want to buy it in the resale market. But there are other ways of playing this game as well, of course. But this is actually a really, really great RPG and an outstanding one that a lot of people haven't looked at. So many elements. You've got magic attacks, you've got people attacks, you've got all sorts of things on there. And look, you've got so many options, when you come into it. So you can get quite complex when playing it, but it's not overly complex that you will be putting off the game. It's fun with all the options you have. But going back to the plot and the story, it gets deeper and deeper, and it's just so much fun playing this game. I haven't beaten it. That's the truth. I still need to get through it. But while I played on it, I was like, this is an outstanding game, and it's a love letter to those of us who love 16-bit RPGs, and that's why I want to play this game, because it deserves to be put here, because it is a homage. It is RPG gamers making game for RPG gamers for that period. What's not to love? What's not to like? Play this game. Do it. It's out there, And
my question is, Viraj, are there any other ports of this one, or because I'm thinking if I could play this on Steam,
Saturn,
on Steam.
Let me just Google it right now. I mean, it might be available on Steam and
because that's the more available for me.
It's on Dreamcast as well.
I don't own my Mega Drive anymore. It was like flooded somewhere.
emulation.
Yeah.
It was released on the same gen.
It says here Dreamcast, Genesis, Android, PS4.
So yeah, you have a number of formats. Xbox One. There's an Xbox One Dreamcast.
Yeah.
So what's the title again?
Pierre Solar.
It's
Great
very... Okay.
There we go.
Pierre Solar.
I could maybe really
PS3, PS4. You can download on the PS3 shop. You got it on PS4. So it had a multi-platform release. Originally
Windows,
Mega Drive game.
Windows, Wii U, Xbox One, Linux, Dreamcast, Genesis.
Pierre Solar.
The Wii U, man. I can't believe they had a Wii U release of this, but it's there, Obviously, 2010 was when it came out.
This is the first time I heard of this game.
Oh,
They're still making Mega Drive games because it's a booming market in Brazil.
South America.
You don't know. Yeah.
Well, no, not just
Europe.
in Europe. Like, remember, Mega Drive was very successful here. We love the Sega Mega Drive format. It works. It's a wonderful format, and we have so many great games on it. Not just RPGs that have come out and gone. We've got games like Xenocrisis. Obviously, that's a multi-format game as well, which is a good sort of top-down run and gun, which we obviously mentioned at the last episode. You have games like Tanglewood. You have Ultra Core. You have Asta Bros, Demons of Astaborg. So many, and it's about 30 new Mega Drive games coming out this year. In fact, somebody's doing a demake of Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the Mega Drive. How about that? So there's so much fandom and so much love for this console. This console's never going to die. This is going to live on for ages. And what I tend to find is whenever I add games to my Mega Drive build, it's usually new games, like new homebrew releases. With Super Nintendo,
a console that's been being ignored and neglected constantly in the Philippines. Shame on you guys.
But yeah, we love it's so there's so much love for it, and the great thing is there's new games being developed for it all the time. It's much easier to develop for now that the Mad Cats have developed the Sega Genesis development kit. Now, if you look at the Super Nintendo side of things, what I tend to find when I add to that build is RPGs. I do add, but they're just games that have been out for years, but they've just had English translation. So I'm winning here with Super Nintendo. I'm winning here on Sega Mega Drive. Because there's obviously something new here. We're living in heaven. We can do what we want. But in terms of a modern 16-bit RPG, even though it's like over 10 years old now, I mean, to think I was like 25 years old when this game came out. I was a youngling, but I love this game. It's a great game. Definitely give it a go. Give it a go because it's something you'll enjoy. Yeah, that's all I really have to say about this. It's an outstanding game that you'll clearly enjoy. So yeah.
I can see hints of hints of Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6. I can see hints of Chrono Trigger. I can see some hints of Lunar, definitely.
This is an abomination of a game.
It's like a Frankenstein of a game. A happy Frankenstein of a game. A very good Frankenstein of a game.
I'll tell you what, it fuses the best of that era in terms of like, you got a bit of Final Fantasy here, a bit of Lufia here, a bit of this here, a bit of Fantasy Star here with the faces and the little screens that you got there with the faces. You see the characters' faces, you see them animate when they talk and things like that. It's just a wonderful game, and I actually love the soundtrack so much. I actually bought the CD for it. It's just that good, It's good for easy listening, and funnily enough, I actually prefer the FM sound to the actual orchestrated audio, which the SNES fans will like. But what I will say is, anyone who wants to give this game a go, listen to both soundtracks. You can actually choose to switch one soundtrack to another in the options, which is pretty cool. So definitely a great game to play. Give it a go. That's what I'll say to people. Give it a go.
And I believe depending on which console you're playing it, Viraj, there are some additions that they put in there.
There are.
Because I remember, because I played this on the Dreamcast before. I tried it on the Dreamcast. And there were some I'm not sure anime cutscenes, but there were some artwork that they had that they're showing some dialogue in there, like actual visual artwork.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is this across all platform release or it's just a Dreamcast?
I believe that it's not just the Dreamcast. I think that's a multi-platform release because there was artwork on the Mega Drive version, as I recall. But I could.
So yeah, so that's Pierre Solar, guys. So, any other comments on Pierre Solar before we end the show?
Oh yeah.
All
Just by the look of it, I'm I'm really intrigued. It really did like borrow a lot of like stuff from other JRPG. The one that rotating, that's from Secret of Mana, right? The battle scene, it's from.
I would say, I would say if Fantasy Star Force not something you're ready yet, Sir Derek. Might as well give this a try first.
Yeah,
Pierre Solar.
You know what? Of all the suggestions here,
because it's an amalgamation of all of the good stuff RPGs back in the early 90s.
This is something.
Wait, this one.
Yeah, I appreciate this one. Yeah.
Oh, all right, okay. You should appreciate both the ones that I chose. Anyway.
You should. This one.
No offense for your bad taste, But at least it's not like these children.
Yes, just was like this is a hidden gem. So hidden that is so.
Yeah, but
I'm surprised because this was. We're talking about 16-bit RPGs, and this one is 2010.
Yeah.
See,
It's still 16-bit, but it was released in.
So I'm not expecting this one. I'm just expecting like, oh yeah.
I mean,
the usual. Like,
this was a bit of a technical marvel for the Mega Drive because it's a 64 megabyte size. At the time when this was released in 2010, it was the largest memory you could they put in there. So that's why. It's hard to emulate, shall we say, on basic emulators, but it will work on emulation devices if you want to play it that way. So but it can be emulated, but it was a huge before they made Paprim. This is the biggest Mega Drive game in terms of memory in existence. So this is the second largest Mega Drive game in existence because it's a whopping 64 meg cart. So there's a lot that's put into this in terms of the way it plays, the music, the animation, and then the size of the game in itself. But I think you'll love it a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
if you look at the game and the
super
way it plays, it's very well done. That's what I will say.
The modern day equivalent of this game would probably be Chained Echoes or Sea of Stars,
Hmm.
yeah,
arguably.
argument.
And I think this is the time when they already what they already reversed engineered the how the Mega Drive works and
Yeah.
made it they really maximized and optimized everything in the game.
Hmm.
All right.
They used all the resources.
Yeah,
So
obviously the Mega Drive has been and gone now, and the development kit is out there. And I think what we always have to remember when these games came out on Super Nintendo and Mega Drive is they had a timetable. They had a schedule to fit this in. They had a time where they had to finish development and schedules and targets to be met. When these sort of things happen, corners are cut. The game isn't as refined as it could be. So it's a miracle that these games are as great as they were when they came out. And with Pure Solar, it probably took about 3 years for them to develop. They took their sweet time when they got their Kickstarter money. And when they made it, because they had enough time, the art was there, and all the people working on it made it with love. You'll find that these homebrew games have a lot more polish than some of the originals that came out in the 1990s. You'll find that this game is actually superior in terms of its presentation and how it works, better than the games in the 1990s. I'll say that's the second time I've said that in a row, but I just wanted to emphasize that point. That's how important this is the great thing about homebrew. You have enough time to make a game. You fund it, you get a Kickstarter, you wait, the game comes out, and it is beautiful. Because people's expectations are high.
a game made by fans for fans,
There you go.
out of
There you go.
inspiration, respect, and passion. I'm looking at you, Square Enix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not just for the Sega Mega Drive, but also for the other consoles. I think there are still developers who are making games. For example, the Dreamcast, PS1. I remember playing or I remember playing a remake of, was it Dark Souls for the PS1. Yeah, it's like an
Oh,
fan made game. It's
oh,
the
speaking of
same.
which,
Yeah.
to your point, Sir JDM, Chained Echoes, and I mentioned this before. Chain Echoes was made like roughly below 700 megabits, so it can easily fit in a CDR. Basically, it can be a PS1 game if they wanted to.
Huh.
If they wanted to.
There's also another game that you can fit in mini disc, which is a Vagrant Story. It was only 90 MB. If you insert it in a personal computer and you see the data disk, it's just 90 MB, and they fit as much um, of the artwork, the textures in that game. And uh, I I think that's already, because when they released Vagrant Story, it's already 2000. So how many 5 years into the lifetime of the PS1? So I think they already knew, the developers already knew how to make the most out of the resources of the PS1 by then.
All right. So if there's nothing else, guys, we're almost we're reaching the 4 hour mark. We can probably end the show right now. So let's go with our shameless plug. Oh, let's do our closing remarks. Closing remarks first before we do our shameless plugs. Closing remarks. Let's give it back to Sir Derek. Um, What can you say about the episodes, about the games, and say goodbye to your fans out there in the chat?
Oh yeah. Judging how this this took us long enough to well, we could go let's just explain how like diverse or like how good the JRPGs are in the 16-bit. Those there are so many games. Christopher from the chat, um he is asking
Six
we
hours.
if we, oh yeah.
There's virtual killer for
Road
six
to
hours.
6 hours. Yeah, he's asking. They keep on dropping some of the like good titles. I've seen Breath of Fire 1 or 2, and there's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of like good JRPGs are there in the 16-bit era that many of us, especially here in our in our local country, that haven't experienced when we were kids. And sadly, these were like this could um this could go on like, or kumbaga hindi na siya
I
appreciate
mean,
namin.
there's so many games that we can't get through all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some, and sadly, um, the newer generations can like experience this kind of games, because back then, those developers, they really put like the effort, their passion really into those making these games, and it really shows in relation. Just like what JDM told us. See, even if it's in different language, he still like he still managed to play the game or even beat the game, even though he didn't really understand about. That just explains how these older games get you really into, gives you like interest on those games, even in those little aspects of the game. So yeah, I really appreciate I really very appreciate the our those to my fellow panelists, they share this one to this podcast, since it would be this one, this genre could is already, kumbaga, paano ba sasabing pasuna? Yung, how do you say that?
Well, I'm not gonna say the genre is not really overexposed.
There you go.
Maybe.
Oh, it's see, even Final Fantasy, they don't make these games anymore. I mean, these types of like mechanics anymore. They are more into the other like action, right? They're more focused on the genre, the graphics and those. So it's good to have a conversation with their fellow. At least to let
You mean the
the
16-bit? Yeah, you mean the 16-bit JRPGs are either forgotten or
there you
underappreciated.
go, underappreciated.
Mm.
Yes, that's it. That's
There you
just
go.
what but yeah.
Thank you for that, Sir Derek. And where can they find you?
Oh,
Shameless plug.
shameless plug. Derek, I'm Derek, by the way, from Retro Gaming Times. I stream every day. It's actually me. I'm a full time streamer. I stream every day. So 12 in the afternoon. That's my afternoon stream. Then 7 p.m. So if you want to see more of these 16-bit JRPGs, or not just you just go check my page out. I stream on like three platforms. Twitch, that's retro underscore gaming underscore times, all small caps. And I do also have YouTube, retro gaming times. Just look for it. And on Facebook, there you go. Same.
All
Um,
right.
there you go. So
Thank you
see you
for
in.
that, Sir Derek, representing
Thank you,
Retro
thank you
Gaming.
for inviting me again. It's a really
Oh, no problem, Sir
and,
Derek. Thank you for
thank you
thank you
for
for thank you for coming
you
in.
really did. And I'm sorry it took like 4 hours.
It's always like this.
Oh,
If it's
it's
an
always
RPG episode, it's always like this.
I see.
All right.
We-
How about
really,
Sir Viraj?
really,
Sir Viraj, where can they find you? And closing remarks, maybe.
Yeah, look, you can find me on the Sega Mega Masters channel on YouTube. You can find me on the Genesis, on the Sega Genesis group on Facebook. So, and obviously on this channel, I do come here and we talk about various video gaming subjects, and it's always a joy to be on this chat. That's for sure. So yeah, that's my shameless plug-in. My closing remarks. Yeah, look, it's just mirroring what so Derek said. This art form is really locked to that 16-bit era. There's something really wonderful about that pixel art and that drawn art that you find in these 16-bit 2D games. I mean, when games went 3D and with RPGs, I think there's another art form that was created for those games, but this is very, very real just for that era, and it's an art form that is, you'll only find on Super Nintendo, Mega Drive, maybe Game Boy Advance, because there were ports onto that platform, and Nintendo DS. We're pushing some 16-bit games in terms of heartstrings, but there is something truly majestic and wonderful and warm about these sort of 16-bit RPGs and how they play. And I definitely, obviously those games that we've discussed here, there's some that we couldn't mention on here because there's just so many. But these are like the ones that are more, I felt were more obscure, the ones that I mentioned, Fantasy Star 4, Mega Drive, and Pierce Some of the Great Architects. Give them a go because I think you'll have a lot of fun with them. Back to you.
All right. Thank you for that, Sir Viraj and Sir JDM. Where can they find ya? Closing remarks, maybe.
So I'm just going to repeat what Sir Drew mentioned earlier. Don't narrow um, your mind on playing the 16-bit RPG games. Try the SNES games. Try the Mega Drive games. So don't just stick to what's
What's
popular
popular?
or mainstream. Try to put your position in playing those other games that are
Yes or no?
Lesser.
not so popular or lesser known, or those hidden gems. Maybe you can find a game that may open up your mind or pick your interest, and not just in RPGs but in other genres like what they call this, run and gun, shmups,
Yeah.
action games,
Like
adventure games.
adventure games, yeah. Fishing games. Sir Viraj doesn't like fishing games.
Well, it's like, come on, man, like, come on.
Just go fishing the real. I'm not fishing.
Listen, if I was like close to retirement, like Sir Joel with his grey hair, maybe I'd think about fishing. Yeah, that's it. I'm not that old yet. That's an old person. Okay. All right.
Not yet.
All right. I like.
To Sir JDM's point, just because these games are lesser known doesn't necessarily mean they are bad.
Yeah, look
There
at
you go.
Earthbound, right? Before it was nobody knew what Earthbound was. Then fast forward to the 2000s, everybody was buying those
Earthbound.
rare cartridges, right? And
Up
selling it.
until now, nobody else in the chat knew about Pierre Solar. There you go. You're
There
welcome.
you go.
According to Sir Viraj.
Years of art.
Oh, right. Well, I'm glad.
Silverage did you a huge favor, right?
Pierre
people
Solar.
didn't know.
Get it. Play
But yeah, I think it definitely raised eyebrows when I'm looking at the chat lighting up and people mention, "Oh, what is this? This is like this, this is like that." So I think people are definitely going to give Pierce Solar a go. A lovely new 16-bit RPG I can play, because there's a love for that. There's such a love for those sort of 2D, lovely, well-drawn RPGs, which you don't get in the newer eras. But anyway, I've already said this, so give it a go.
So Jiden, where can they find you? Go.
So you can find me on Facebook, 123 Go Retro. But I rarely stream nowadays, so you can just see me here on Timeless Gamer Show. And thank you so much for joining us again this Saturday afternoon or
All right.
evening.
It's evening,
Actually-
morning,
Morning here.
Actually, it's Sunday.
morning here now already. It's
Thank
already
you.
morning here in this side of the world. Evening in our garages in the UK now, I believe.
So
All right. Thank you for that, Sir JDM. Okay. So just gonna promote this one. So back to the culture number 2. Ten, 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 ten. So the mini retro video game market, back to the culture, coming back for the second time. The old place, Promenade Mall, basement number 2, Green Hills, San Juan, right besides Collective Base. This will be on June 8th and June 9th, 2024, from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. As you can see there, right there in the posters, the footage the pictures that you're seeing there are from the first Back to the Culture video game market. We got a lot of foot traffic out there. We got 15 video game resellers with lots and lots of gaming merchandise. It's not just gaming. There's also anime related toys, figures, trading cards, all of those right there. Back to the culture. If you missed it the first time, now is your time to experience Back to the Culture market. Again, Promenade Mall, basement 2, Green Hills, besides Collective Base, June 8th, 9, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. And yep, that's it, guys. Thank you all so much. So and a few more shout outs there. If you with our partners under Retromancy, we got studio.ph. So for those who are interested on renting out some video game consoles, both old and new, try going to the Facebook page of studio.ph and inquire their services. If you are into anime figures, trading cards, and toys, go to Shuffle Emporium. Go to their website, shuffleemporium.com, or their Facebook page. If you're more into retro gaming or retro pop culture, t-shirts or caps or mugs, you can check all of those by going to the Facebook page of Retro Unlimited. And if you are also into Sega, Sega Mega Drive or Sega Master System games, you can also check out the podcast of Sir Dan and Sir Viraj, Sir Rick and Sir Steve, by going to the Sega Mega Masters, available going in YouTube. They showcase some reviews, previews, and some interviews. All of the views. Just go there, check it out. That's Sega Mega Masters. All right. And on behalf of Sir Dan, Sir Joel, Sir Ray, Miss I, can't be here at the moment. That's it for tonight, guys. Thank you all so much again to Sir Derek for being here in this special episode, and to all of the panelists who recommended their games, not just to everyone in the chat, to Sir Derek as well to try. And that's it, guys. Thank you all so much, and see you all next time. Our bodies and our games may grow out of date, but our gaming experiences will forever remain. Hey,
Timeless.
Timeless.
how much?
Woo. Thank you.